Introduce to you a gentleman with a very sunny disposition and personality. Here he is, Long Island Ducks on field house. Pass Freddie Ogion.
Thank you, Lord Babatone. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Bethpage Ballpark on a beautiful day for baseball. My name is Fred Forgione. First off, we would like to thank very much for sponsoring today's game. We got those yellow and navy baseballs, the first 1,500 fans who made it in the game this morning. Yellow Dog Lawn Care, thank you very much. And to go along with Yellow Dog Lawn Care right now for our first pitch, we have two representatives. Coming out here to the mound right now, first up, we have Taylor Zingricki. Taylor is going to throw right now to Bud Harrelson, the Long Island Ducks coach. Taylor, go ahead and throw a strike. Good job, we call that a split finger fastball, and that is a swinging strike right there, and now we have Tyler Zingricki. Pitch turned around the first pitch from the stretch like a closer. Fires another split finger for a strike. Good job, guys. Very good work. And for our second first pitch of the game here, we have a couple of very special people. Representatives from the Morgan Center. The Morgan Center is a preschool program for children with cancer. It is tuition-free to the families and gives a sense of normalcy while these children are going through chemotherapy treatment. The Morgan Center, the first of its kind in the country, is located in Hicksville, and now will have a second site opening in Islip Terrace. The Morgan Center has helped over 200 children with cancer and their families for over the past 10 years. And joining us right now on the field are some of the children and families at the Morgan Center. To throw out our second first pitch, we have Jackson Amarudi. He recently graduated the Morgan Center. He's escorted out here by his brother Damien, and a Morgan cancer survivor and the namesake of the Morgan Center. Let's hear it, everybody, for these three for our first pitch right now. Jackson, go ahead and fire it. A strike anywhere you're throwing it. Good job, Jackson.
Myself alone and fly, got some color in my eye. I'm telling myself I'm gonna be alright without you, baby, is a waste of time. Yeah, our first day, girl, the seasons change. God wash away in the summer. You can't undo a fall like this, 'cause love don't know what distance it is. I know it's crazy.
Okay. Bring your children with you and have them sign up for the Child ID program brought to you by our good friends from New York Life. Each family participating in the program will be entered to win an official Florida Ducks autographed baseball from Ducks pitcher Jared Lansford. We're live here at Bethpage Ballpark in Central Islip, New York, and it is time once again for Long Island Ducks baseball. And today it is the finale of a 4-game series and a 7-game homestand for the Ducks. They will go for their 5th consecutive series win here in the second half as they take on the Camden Riversharks. Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Michael Pollack. I'll be bringing you the play-by-play for all of today's action here as the Ducks try and make it 3 straight waddle-off wins. For the Ducks, they will take a win any way they can get it with the way they have been playing of late, but it would be
Incredible for the Ducks to win 3 straight games in walk-off fashion. They have won their last 2 that way, including a walk-off wild pitch last night in the bottom of the 9th inning, uncorked by John Velasquez. That gave the Ducks a 4-3 win. And so as we recap last night's game, Riversharks would take the early lead. The pitching matchup featured Dontrell Willis, the left-hander and Major League veteran for the Ducks. He was opposing right-hander Joey Williamson, who was making just his 2nd start of the year for the Riversharks. And Camden took the early lead in the 3rd inning. Reynolds reached on a walk, and then Billy Rice laid down a sacrifice bunt. On the play, Rice went to second base, then rounded second, went for third because there was nobody covering third base for the Ducks, with Nelson and Willis converging up the third base line. And the throw from Brodeen over to third base was airmailed, and it allowed the runner to score on the E3. The Riversharks took a 1-0 lead. In the 5th, though, the Ducks were able to get on the scoreboard after being held in check through the first 4 innings. In the 5th, Dan Lyons doubled to right to lead off, but then was thrown out trying to advance to third on the play. Joe Brodeen then reached on an infield single to first. He went to second on a balk, and that would bring up Josh Barfield. And the 2-2. Swinging a liner back into center field, a base hit. Brodeen on his way to third. Kevin Baez going to send him around. Here's the throw to the plate from Billy Rice. It is cut off. The throw to second base, not in time. Barfield slides in safely. It's an RBI single for Josh Barfield, and the Ducks have tied the game at 1 here in the bottom of the 5th inning. So Barfield with the RBI single. Ducks had tied the game at 1. Brian Nelson then popped out foul to third. And with the runner Barfield at second and 2 men out in the inning, up came Bill Hall. And the pitch. Swung on and hit in the air to right center field. Long run back for the right fielder, Burt Reynolds. The center fielder over 2. They won't get it. It's 1 hop off the wall. Hall is in a second with a double. In the score is Barfield. An RBI double to right center by Bill Hall. And the Ducks have taken their first lead of the night. They lead it 2-1 here in the 5th inning. So Hall with the RBI double. Ducks had the lead, and it looked pretty good until the 7th when the Ducks started to struggle a little bit. Dontrell Willis was pitching well to that point on the mound. He had given up a 1-out single to center in that inning, then an infield single by D'Angelo Jimenez, a walk to Burt Reynolds, loaded the bases. And the next batter was Billy Rice. He got to 2 strikes on Rice, then threw a breaking ball down low that looked like Rice went around on a check swing. The third base umpire, Tim McCaffrey, said he did not go around, and so the at-bat would continue, much to Dontrell Willis' dismay. Next pitch came up and in tight, and it looked like it possibly had gone off the bat of Billy Rice for a foul ball, but home plate umpire Manolo Alejandro backed away from the play, basically signaling there that it was not a foul ball. He did not motion for a foul ball. And then all of a sudden, as it seemed like Willis wasn't sure what the call was, and it looked like he motioned that it was a foul ball, then Alejandro signaled foul ball. So the run wouldn't have scored there. Ron Karkovice, the manager of the Riversharks, came out to argue, and he got the umpires to all discuss it. And after a lengthy discussion, it was then determined that it was a pass ball, that a run scored, and it had tied the game at 2. Well, Kevin Baez, after realizing that, could not believe it. He came out, he argued vehemently, and got ejected by Matt Beaver, the crew chief and first base umpire. And Kevin Baez got the most heated I have ever seen him as manager of the Ducks. He was in a tirade, ended up throwing a baseball bag and a water cooler out on the field regardless. Riversharks had tied it at 2 in the 7th inning. It would stay that way till the 9th. Jared Lansford came on to try and keep the game tied at 2, but he gave up a 1-out walk to D'Angelo Jimenez. Wilson Valdez then pinch ran, went to second on a single to right by Burt Reynolds. Billy Rice then delivered an RBI single to left that scored Valdez from second, and the Riversharks had taken the 3-2 lead. Lansford then struck out Gomez, gave up a walk to Martinez, but got Cesar to pop out to short to end the inning. And so the Ducks would need at least 1 to tie, 2 to win in the bottom half of the 9th inning. And it was Jonathan Velasquez who came on to try and close it out for the Riversharks, not Adrian Martin, who is their normal closer. Well, in the 9th inning, with 1 out, Craig Binnick doubled to left center field. Dan Lyons was then robbed of an extra base hit. On a ground out to third, Ron Karkovice decided to intentionally walk Joe Brodeen. Didn't want to see Brodeen beat him for a 2nd straight night. And so Camden had runners the Ducks, had runners at first and second with only 2 men out. And up to the plate stepped Josh Barfield. He is looking for his first save of the year, and this one on the ground through the right side, a base hit. Binnick around third. He is going to come home. The throw to the plate not in time. It's an RBI single, and the Ducks have tied the game at 3 here in the bottom of the 9th inning. So Josh Barfield's RBI single tied the game at 3. Blown save for Velasquez. Brian Nelson then was intentionally walked to bring up Bill Hall and set up a righty-righty matchup, and with Hall at the plate, the Ducks would waddle off again. 0-2 from Velasquez to Hall, and the pitch is low and outside. Scoots away from the catcher. Here comes Brodeen to the plate. He's going to slide in safely, and the Ducks win it again. It's a waddle-off wild pitch, and the Ducks have won it 4-3, and they have won back-to-back games in walk-off fashion over the Riversharks as they take this third game of the four-game set here on Saturday night. Unbelievable. So the Ducks win it 4-3 over the Camden Riversharks. 4 runs, 9 hits, 1 error for the Ducks, who left 9. 3 runs, 7 hits, no errors for the Riversharks. They left 9 as well. Jared Lansford struggled again, but he got the win to improve to 4-1. Jonathan Velasquez, the loss fell to 3-2, no save. Game took 3 hours and 19 minutes in front of a pass capacity crowd of 6,310 at Bethpage Ballpark. We'll take a break here on the pregame show. When we come back, I sit down with last night's starting pitcher. That's left-hander Dontrell Willis here on the radio home for Ducks Baseball, 103.9 RCN. Back at Bethpage Ballpark, getting set for the Ducks in the Riversharks' final game of a four-game set. Ducks trying to win their 5th straight series. They picked up a big waddle-off win last night, 4-3, and Dontrell Willis was a big part of it with 8 strong innings, allowing just 2 runs, 1 of them earned. Had the chance to catch up with a Major League veteran before today's game. Dontrell, back-to-back walk-off victories for you guys. How exciting has it been to watch the way the last 2 games have unfolded in the end?
It's a roller coaster of emotions, but I'm glad we came out on the right end. Guys have been working hard, behind the scenes, and things are starting to come together, and I just think there's some camaraderie of the team, has been, great the last, month, so, I like the way we're playing, and I like how we're having fun.
Talk to me a little bit about the never say die attitude that this team has started to show as of late, and you guys have been able to fight back a lot in games all season long, but it really, as of late, it seems like no matter what the deficit is, you guys are going to go out and put some runs on the board and try and make a comeback.
Well, I mean, the sense of people like holding each other accountable is really big, especially at this, this level of baseball where guys kind of interchange and stuff like that. They come in with a system that, we want to win and, we're rooting for each other and we're having a good time doing it. We have a lot of fun personalities on this team and stuff like that. So, it's fun to see everybody coming to work every day, having fun and really getting better at their craft and stuff like that. So, I'm really enjoying my time just seeing this, Joe Ash and all those other guys, really have fun and really come into their own and stuff, especially for the younger guys and stuff.
Yeah, you talk about Joe Ash. Talk a little bit more about him and how much he's meant to this team, the way he seems to always be involved in the outcome of every game.
I mean, he's our best all-around player. He's, and it's fun, to see those guys. But at the same token, to see Nelly be the timeless wonder that he is, and captain, and that's Ray, if you don't know. Ray's our captain, so it's just fun, man, and the one thing that's good is, for me being a pitcher, our staff is very accountable of each other, and guys are rooting for each other, and guys are, standing in on each other's bullpens and doing things that I didn't see that in the major leagues, to be honest with you, so it's really fun to see guys have fun and try to get better.
Talk to me a little bit about what it says about this team for the fact that your best overall player, in your words, is a guy who's never played in a major league organization, never been to the big league level, when he's in a clubhouse here with so many guys who have been to that major league level.
I mean, he's just a talent. You know what I mean? It's, at this point, I've been caught saying, praying for him, to just be able to play organized ball. So, if that happens, I'll be a happy person, you know what I mean? So, but that's everybody. I mean, that's how we all, feel about each other, you know what I mean? And it's fun, especially with the dog days of August where teams tend to kind of separate each other, you know what I mean? We're starting to come together and picking each other up and stuff like that. We've had some injuries and guys have really stepped up on the offensive side and the defensive side of the baseball and really picked each other up. So that always brings a team together when guys are rooting for each other that way.
And when you're in the dog days of summer, especially with the heat wave that we had here on Long Island this past week, what does it say that you guys have come together here at home, put together a winning homestand, and are trying to go for your 5th consecutive series win today?
Well, I mean, you run off all those stats, man. We're just trying to win today. You know what I mean? You see how guys get ready for the game, and it's consistent. You know what I mean? Because that's our routine, and that's how we get. And even after a tough loss, we come back the next day. And that's a sign of a resilient team, you know what I mean, and stuff like that. So, that right now they're getting ready for this game after the autograph, and guys are getting locked in. Obviously I'm not, you know what I mean? But, it's just fun to see those guys, really have fun and come together.
Well, you may not be locked in today because you're not starting, but 8 strong innings yesterday, another quality start for you. What was working effectively for you on the mound yesterday?
You know what? My defense, man. You know what I mean? When I force the issue and get contact, man, guys make plays around me. You know what I mean? And I'm not trying to strike out 10 guys a game. You know what I mean? I want to get in and get out as fast as I can. And I like the way I've been throwing the baseball as far as just forcing contact and having fun and eating innings up and stuff like that and helping the bullpen out and stuff like that. Throwing 9 innings in that day game, I got a couple hugs, and stuff from the guys and stuff in the bullpen. And I take a pride in that. I've always took pride in just being out there and, trying to be the league leader in innings and pitch and stuff like that and going as deep as I can for a team.
I know one thing that some of the fans, and myself included, were curious about was what kind of happened in that play in the 7th inning yesterday that it seemed like nobody knew what was going on that play.
This is I don't know either, and I was right in the middle of it. To be honest with you, it's just one of those, it's the reason why we love baseball. I think it's always the human, error, per se. And not to say anybody did anything wrong. It's just a human element of outcome of things and stuff like that. And honestly, even coming to the stretch, I still didn't know what was going on, and I just made the pitch, you know what I mean? But God is good, and we end up coming up with the victory. So the ball bounced our way.
Yeah, and that's the most important thing. Even when the bounces didn't go your way, you guys found a way to win. Talk about yourself for the rest of the season. What some of your goals are from here on out to try and help this team win the second half and win the championship?
Man, I'll just take it one batter at a time. You know what I mean? Just stay focused, stay hungry and just have fun, and my teammates keep me loose. I try to do the same for them on the mound, because I'm really enjoying, pitching, like I said before, and going out there every 5th day and going deep in the ball games and stuff like that. And I'm real happy with my arm strength and as far as my leg strength, to be able to do that in the heat wave and things like that, you know what I mean? So I'm having a good time, and I'm really having a good time working with Fook. And, he's very knowledgeable. He's got about 60 years under his belt as far as baseball. So, you know what I mean? And when he's not talking, I'm doing something right. You know what I mean? So it's fun to be around those guys and learn from everybody. But, I'm just happy with my progression right now.
All right, Dontrell. Well, congratulations on another strong start yesterday, and best of luck the rest of the way this season.
Thank you very much.
Dontrell Willis of the Long Island Ducks with 8 innings of 2-run baseball yesterday. Just one of them earned, and he's now got the lowest ERA in the Atlantic League at 2.57 here in 2013. Ducks have taken the field. We'll take one more break. When we come back, the starting lineups and first pitch of today's game, the homestand finale between the Ducks and the Riversharks here on the radio home for Long Island Ducks Baseball, 103.9 RCN. the Sylvan Avenue Elementary School with our national anthem here on this Sunday afternoon. Just about ready for baseball between the Long Island Ducks and the Camden Riversharks today. Ducks have won 2 of 3 so far here in this 4-game series, and with a win today, they will have won their 5th consecutive series here to start the second half. Sylvan Avenue Elementary School is joined on the field here today by the East Rockaway Little League, who was the Nicolak Dream Team today. The color guard over at first base was Cub Scout Pack 197, and over at third base serving as the color guard, Scout Pack 367 and Dickinson Avenue. Well, it is time to take a look at today's starting lineups for the Camden Riversharks, and Ron Karkovice has put out a lineup that looks like this. Yasser Gomez is in left field. He will lead things off. Batting second, serving as the shortstop, is Wilson Valdez, and batting third, playing third base, Dione Cesar. Valentino Pascucci is the cleanup hitter and DH. Delwyn Young at first base, he will bat fifth. D'Angelo Jimenez, the second baseman and sixth hitter for Camden. Johnny Drennan is in right field, he will bat seventh. The new addition, Michael Grieco, he is the catcher and he will hit eighth. And Billy Rice in center field, he bats ninth, and they will all face Ducks right-hander today, Nick DeBar, who is trying to build off the start he most recently had on July the 16th when he picked up his first win of the year when he went 7 innings, allowing just 2 runs on 2 hits. A terrific start for DeBar, really his best outing since he went 6 perfect innings, his first start of the year in Sugar Land, Texas, and he will try and pitch the Ducks to another series win here on this Sunday afternoon. Well, it is another gorgeous day for baseball here at Bethpage Ballpark. It had been sunny over the course of this entire week, but finally we are getting some cooler temperatures here at Bethpage Ballpark. It is still sunshine, still warm, but certainly not as hot and humid as it's been all week. Some rain did come through last night, but not enough to stall last night's game. It did rain for a little bit through the first inning or so, but definitely helped cool things down, drop the humidity, and a beautiful day for baseball here on this Sunday afternoon. So Nick DeBar and the Ducks going through their warm-ups here as we are just about ready to play. Ducks enter today with an 11-4 record. They have the best record in the Liberty Division right now. They are 4 games ahead of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs as well as the Bridgeport Bluefish. The Riversharks are 6-10. They're in last place in the Liberty Division, 5.5 games behind the Ducks. They are 30-36 overall. So the Ducks within 3 games of reaching the 500 mark, and they're at their high water mark with 7 games over 500 here in the second half. The Ducks have been playing some great baseball as of late, and they will try and continue it here today, hoping for another series win against these Camden Riversharks. Well, up to the plate steps Yasser Gomez, who will lead off and play left field, and Nick DeBar just about ready to start working on the mound. He's going to work out of the stretch here today. Right-hander is ready, and the first pitch of the day from DeBar is taken outside for ball 1.
The official time of ice of Long Island MacArthur Airport. Start time of the game is 5:12.
So we begin at 5:12 here on this Sunday evening. A 1-0 to Gomez. Square to bunt, but he takes up and away. And DeBar behind 2 balls and no strikes.
Today's game is 81 degrees.
81 degrees, 7 degrees cooler than last night. And again, the temperatures also lower, and it feels better because the humidity has gone down. 2-0 upcoming from DeBar. Right-hander kicks and fires, and Gomez takes a fastball. There's a strike on the outside corner. And the count 2-1. Yasser Gomez at 301 on the season for Camden. No home runs and 20 runs batted in. Nelson plays in on the grass at third to guard against the bunt. And DeBar's 2-1. For another strike on the outside corner. Gomez thought it was a little bit high, and the count is even at 2-2. Wind is blowing in now from right field. Light wind, nothing too strong. And the 2-ball, 2-strike pitch up coming from DeBar. Right-hander kicks, and this is swung and grounded to the left side. Brian Nelson will gobble it up and throw across to Ray Navarrete at first. And there's one away here in the top of the first inning. Well, defensively for the Ducks here today, it's the Killer Bees in the outfield. Joe Ashburdine in left, Craig Binnick in center, and Adam Bailey around in right. On the infield, Brian Nelson is at third, Dan Lyons at short, Josh Barfield at second base, and Ray Navarrete is over at first. Behind home plate, Ramon Castro, and on the mound is the right-hander Nick DeBar. I'll bring up the shortstop Wilson Valdez. He's the 2-hitter and bats from the right side. DeBar's first pitch on the way, and there's a fastball strike. Count is 0-1. Valdez at 268 on the year, no home runs and 15 runs batted in. Former big leaguer. 0-1 pitch on the way. DeBar deals, and this is low and outside, goes all the way back to the backstop. And that'll even up the count at 1-1 strike. Ducks now lead the season series over the Riversharks 7-6. Thanks to their win here last night, 4-3 in walk-off fashion. Here comes a 1-1 pitch. Valdez takes, and again it misses low and outside from DeBar, so the count goes to 2-1. DeBar 1-6 this year. He has a 6.30 earned run average through 18 games, 10 starts. 72 hits in 65 2/3 innings, 22 walks to 48 strikeouts. And a 2-1. Inside for ball 3 to Valdez. So after starting him with a called strike, 3 straight out of the zone. And Valdez trying to work his way on with a walk here, with 1 out and the bases empty. 3-ball, 1 strike offering. Pitch on the way, and this is taken upstairs. No, it's in for a called strike. A little bit of a late call there from home plate umpire Matt Beaver. And the count is full at 3-2. Valdez having a little bit of a chat here with Matt Beaver at home plate. Both teams had their issues with this umpiring crew here last night, and Valdez again in a discussion here with Beaver. Still talking at home plate. Beaver just looking out towards the mound, and Valdez trying to plead his case, but not receiving much attention from the home plate umpire. Now Valdez gets back in. Valdez now taking his time at home plate, adjusting his batting gloves, clearly trying to stall here. And now DeBar's 3-2 on the way. Pitch, swung on and grounded foul, hard up the third baseline. And we'll do it once again with the count full. Ducks now 25-19 here at Bethpage Ballpark this season, and 26-16 against divisional opponents. They have fared much better at home, and they have fared much better against their own division than on the road and against the Freedom. 3-2, swinging a pop-up, shallow center, going out as the second baseman Barfield, the center fielder Craig Binnick coming on, and now it's the right fielder Adam Bailey who makes the call on the catch to retire Valdez for the second out in the first inning. That was skied straight up in the air in a shallow center.
Hitting in the third position, Camden third baseman, 27.
And converging on it was the center fielder Binnick, the right fielder Bailey, and the second baseman Barfield, and Bailey was the one who made the call on the catch. So 2 men out, the bases empty, and up will step Dionis Cesar, the third baseman and 3-hitter for the Riversharks. Nelson with the lefty swinging Cesar at the plate, plays well off the bag at third, and Nelson plays close to the line at first. Check out Navarrete plays close to the line. First pitch, and then misses outside for ball 1. Cesar, the third baseman, at 246 this season. He has 3 home runs and 19 runs batted in. DeBar looking to work a 1-2-3 opening inning, 1-0. And that is on the outside corner for strike 1. No score here in the top of the first inning. DeBar's pitch, breaking ball, that hits the outside corner, another called strike. And the count goes to 1-2. So DeBar 1 strike away from a perfect first inning. Last night, Dontrell Willis. 2 nights ago, Bob Zimmerman. All throwing 1-2-3 opening innings. And DeBar's 1-2 on the way is swung on and tapped foul over to the first base side in front of the Ducks dugout. We'll do it once again at 1-2. Good crowd on hand here on this Sunday afternoon. First 1,500 fans today took home a yellow and navy baseball courtesy of Yellow Dog Lawn Care. It's also the Sunday Family Fun Day here at Bethpage Ballpark. Pre-game autograph session, post-game kids run the bases. 1-2 from DeBar, lifted in the air to shallow left field. Charging in is Joe Ashbrodeen and over towards the line. He will make the catch, and a good start for Nick DeBar as he retires the side in order in the top of the first inning. So we played a half inning here at Bethpage Ballpark. The Riversharks nothing. The Ducks coming to bat here on the radio home for Long Island Ducks baseball, 103.9 RCN.
We'd like to remind you fans after today's game, the Long Island Ducks hit the road for a week. First they'll head to Camden, New Jersey, and then...
We go to the bottom of the first inning. No score between the Ducks and the Camden Riversharks. The Ducks and Municipal Credit Union have teamed up this season to present the Walk with a Purpose promotion. Every time a Long Island Ducks player walks, Municipal Credit Union will make a donation to the Quacker Jack Foundation. Municipal Credit Union serving members since 1916. Right-hander for the Riversharks is Jake Hale. He will make his first start of the season against the Long Island Ducks here today. And here's the lineup he'll face. Joe Ashbrodeen will lead off. He's in left field. Josh Barfield at second base will bat second. And hitting third at third base is Bryant Nelson. Bill Hall, the cleanup hitter, in DH. Ramon Castro does the catching and bats fifth. Adam Bailey is in right field. He will hit sixth. Ray Navarrete at first base bats seventh. Craig Binnick in center field hitting eighth. And the shortstop, Dan Lyons, will round out the order.
Joe Ashbrodeen, number 22.
So up to the plate steps Joe Ashbrodeen. Correction, this is Hale's second start against the Ducks this year. He threw 4 innings in a game one of a doubleheader back on June 19th in Camden. First start against the Ducks here at Bethpage Ballpark. So Joe Ashbrodeen will step up to the plate. He has been one of the hottest hitters of late for the Ducks and in the Atlantic League. And the first pitch on the way to Brodeen, swung on and fouled off third base side and into the crowd. So the count 0-1 on Brodeen, who enters with the second best batting average in the Atlantic League at .335. He has 11 home runs and 42 runs batted in. Switch hitter batting left-handed. And from the windup, Hale delivers an 0-1. And the pitch is low to even up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Brodeen enters today with a 6-game hitting streak. He has also picked up hits in 8 of his last 9 games. And you can make that a 7-game hitting streak as he rockets one past the shortstop, Wilson Valdez, in a left center field. Boy, does the ball just jump off of Joe Ashbrodeen's bat of late. He is putting together great at-bats, making solid contact. That's now 7 straight games with a hit. 9 of the last 10 for Brodeen have picked up hits. And he continues to keep that average lofty here in the Atlantic League in his first full season with the Ducks. So Brodeen gets the first hit, and he's the first base runner for either side here in today's game. That'll bring up Josh Barfield. He's the second baseman and 2-hitter for the Ducks. Had a great night in last night's game with 2 big run-batted in-base hits. Hale will now work out of the stretch. First pitch to Barfield. Fastball missed up and inside. And the count is 1-0. Barfield's average up to .302 on the season. He has hit 5 home runs, 25 runs batted in. 1-0 the count here on Barfield. Brodeen has a good lead at first, being held on by Delwyn Young. A pitch to Barfield, swung on in line into center field. Charging in is Billy Rice, and he will make the catch. Good swing by Barfield, and he just hit it A little bit too much in the air for Rice to catch up to it. Had him played shallow anyway. And there's one out in the first.
Hitting third for Long Island, the third baseman, number 21, Brian Nelson, number 21.
So Brodeen still at first here with one away now, and that's going to bring up Brian Nelson, the switch hitting third baseman, batting from the left side. So here is Nelson, ready to go, and Hale is set on the mound. Brodeen leads at first, and a turn and a throw over. Brodeen just gets back in ahead of the tag of Delwyn Young. Brodeen has great speed over at first base. He really is a complete five-tool player for the Ducks here. And on the year, he's got 10 stolen bases. He's been caught 4 times as well. Hale set again. And the pitch to Nelson here is a fastball low and outside for ball 1. Nelson at 276 on the season, 10 home runs, 43 runs batted in. He's been a consistent producer of late in the Ducks lineup. Seems like he has at least one hit every ball game. At least finds a way to make something happen. And now 1-0. Pitch on the way. Nelson swings, lines one, into right field, a base hit. Past the glove of the second baseman, D'Angelo Jimenez. Second hit of the inning for the Ducks, and they've got runners at first and second with only one out. And that'll bring up Bill Hall.
Batting in the cleanup position for your Long Island Ducks, the designated hitter, number 6, Bill Hall, number 6.
So with Nelson now at first and Brodeen now at second, Bill Hall is going to come to the plate. Hall, a right-handed hitter. He's the DH today, with Brodeen getting the start in left field and Ray Navarrete at first base. Nelson's now reached base in 7 straight games with that single. Hall awaits in the first pitch from Hale. He actually kicked and turned back to second base. Very close to a balk there by Hale. Yesterday, the starter for the Patriots, Joey Williamson, balked in the game. And the first pitch here to Hall is delivered for a fastball strike. Count is 0-1 on Hall, who is at 264 on the season. 8 home runs, 32 runs batted in. Brodeen has great speed at second base. Nelson with average speed at first. The first baseman, Young, plays behind Nelson, not holding him on. Second baseman, Jimenez, creeping up the middle towards Brodeen. And the 0-1. Swing and a miss. Big breaking ball that time from Hale, and Hall was way out in front of it. Count 0-2. Hale on the season 1-0. He's got a 4.43 ERA through 15 games and 4 starts. 38 hits in 44 2/3 innings, 16 walks to 27 strikeouts. Set his season high in strikeouts his last time out, July 16th, with 9. In a 5-4 loss to the Barnstormers. Bullpen could not hold it for him. Count of 0-2. Pitch to Hall, swung on and missed for strike 3. He was late on a fastball. Trying to pull the pitch on the outside corner. First strikeout for Hale. And there's 2 away in the bottom of the first.
Hitting fifth for Long Island, the catcher, number 37, Ramon Castro, number 37.
Well, that's going to leave it up to Ramon Castro, who is playing for the first time tonight since Tuesday. Kevin Mize going with Ralph Henriquez a lot lately behind the plate. And he was the starting catcher for Nick DeBar when he pitched extremely well his last time out. So Castro behind the plate again for DeBar here today. And now at the plate with 2 on and 2 out. First pitch, and Castro takes low and outside for ball 1. On the year, Castro is hitting .241, 6 home runs, 20 runs batted in. Brodeen leads at second and Nelson at first with 2 men out. And now time called at home plate. Castro wears the high black socks and he bats from the right side, stands midway in the batter's box. Hale is set, looks back to Brodeen at second. There go the runners. Pitch on the way. It's taken for a strike. The throw down to third. Not in time. Brodeen just got in ahead of the tag. And now the third baseman, Dionis Cesar, cannot believe it. And he is arguing here with third base umpire Manolo Alejandro. He believes he got the tag in time, but it is ruled a stolen base for both Brodeen and Nelson. And now the Ducks have runners in scoring position with 2 away. And here is Cesar again going to argue. Cesar is going to argue, as is the pitcher Jake Hale. They both can't believe it. The shortstop, or check it, the second baseman D'Angelo Jimenez trying to get in between the two of them and doesn't want his starting pitcher to get ejected early in this game. Ron Karkovice has now gone out, and Karkovice is going to argue. And a night after the Riversharks seemed to catch a big break in last night's game because of a call from Manolo Alejandro that forced the Riversharks, the tying run, to score for the Riversharks at the time. Now, on a stolen base call, they are arguing yet again. So Manolo Alejandro getting flack for a second straight day. And last night, he really got it from both sides on that call in the 7th inning, but now getting some more heat here from the Riversharks. After yesterday, a call went against the Ducks and in favor of the Riversharks. I can't believe how upset Jake Hale was and how upset Dionis Cesar was. Obviously, it's a big point early in the game, but it is only the first inning, and Cesar, Hale, all arguing here with the third base umpire Manolo Alejandro on the stolen base by Brodeen and Nelson. It was a bang-bang play at third, close play, and Brodeen was ruled safe ahead of the tag from Cesar. So the count even at 1-1 here on Castro. 2 in scoring position with 2 out for the Ducks. And here's the 1-1. Swinging a weak tapper, foul third base side. And now Hale with 2 strikes on the Ducks catcher. Hale 1 strike away from getting out of some trouble here. Brodeen started the inning off with a single to left center. With 1 out, Nelson single to right. And with 2 out, they both stole a base. And a 1-ball, 2-strike pitch upcoming. Hale gets the sign. Here comes the pitch, and Castro will take a breaking ball low and outside. And that will even up the count at 2-2. Matt Beaver is the crew chief. He is the home plate umpire. Tim McCaffrey is over at first. And around at third is Manolo Alejandro. And this 3-man crew really has had a tough series here. They have gotten several arguments from both sides throughout the course of this series. 2-2 to Castro. Breaking ball line and down the left field line for a base hit. Into score is Brodeen. Around third and into score is Nelson. It's a 2-out, 2-run single to left by Ramon Castro, and the Ducks have a 2-0 lead. Timely hitting for Ramon Castro, back in the lineup for the first time since Tuesday, and he delivers here in the first with a 2-run base hit to score Brodeen and Nelson. And for Castro, it's his 21st and 22nd runs batted in of the year. So the 2-out base knock for Castro. Now a runner at first for Long Island. That'll bring up Adam Bailey, the 6-hitter. And right fielder for the Ducks. First pitch is low, and that is ball 1 to Bailey. So Brodeen and Nelson both able to score after the stolen bases. A double steal with Castro at the plate. So the Ducks get the benefit of that call from Alejandro. 1-0. Swinging a rip foul up the first base line. That was a bullet off the bat there of Adam Bailey, and it just went to the right of the first base bag as we view it behind home plate. And so the count is even at 1-1 on Bailey. By the way, for Brodeen and Nelson, Brodeen picking up his 11th steal of the season on the double steal, and for Nelson it was his 3rd. He is now 3 for 3 in the stolen base department. So the runner at first, 2 out. Here's a 1-1 to Bailey. And the pitch is swung and popped in the air left side, shallow left field. Moving in is Yasser Gomez, and Gomez will make the catch for the final out of the inning. But the Ducks take the early lead. They get 2 runs on 3 hits, no errors, and a man left on base. And after an inning of play here today, it's 2-0 Ducks on the radio home for Long Island Ducks baseball, 103.9 RCN. Can I have one more? To the second inning, we go at Bethpage Ballpark. Ducks have an early 2-0 lead over the Camden Riversharks, and it is time for the Ducks injury report, which is brought to you by Island Shore Physical Therapy, the official therapist of the Long Island Ducks. Out on the inactive list right now is Leo Rosales. He is currently suffering from a calf injury, will miss a few weeks. So Jared Lansard serving as the closer right now. I cannot imagine, though, that Lansard would be available today. No indication was given, but Lansard had to pitch 34 pitches here on Friday night, and then threw 29 more yesterday, so can't imagine he would be the closer. Likely Ian Snell or TJ Hose would fill that role. As for the other injured Duck, that is right-handed pitcher Josh Lansard. He is currently out with a back injury. And aside from that, the Ducks are a healthy bunch, and they should be good to go when they hit the road on Monday, when they will start a 7-game road trip this upcoming week, 3 against these same Riversharks in Camden, New Jersey. They'll head down to Campbell's Field tomorrow before their game at 7 o'clock. It'll be 7:05 on Tuesday, and then 11:05 on Wednesday morning. We'll have brunch with the Ducks once again with the 11 o'clock start down in Camden. Then it'll be 4 up in Bridgeport, 7:05, 7:05, 6:05, and 1:05 Thursday through Sunday. Valentino Pascucci to lead off, and the first pitch from Nick DeBar hits him right on the left thigh. And so on one pitch, the Riversharks get their first base runner of the day as Pascucci reaches here in the second. Before that hit by pitch, he was at .271 with 6 homers and 14 runs batted in.
And he hit for the Riversharks, first baseman number 5, Delwyn Young, number 5.
So 1 on, nobody out, thanks to the hit batter, and that'll bring up Delwyn Young, the first baseman and 5 hitter for Camden. Young, a switch hitter, batting from the left side against the right-hander Nick DeBar. DeBar from the stretch is set, and his first pitch to Young, fastball right down the middle for strike 1. Young is at .224 this season, 9 home runs. He's driven in 42. Pascucci leads at first. Not really a big speed threat, being held on by Navarrete. And the 0-1. Lifted in the air, left field line. Long run over towards the line for Brodeen. He's going to watch that, though, tail into the Smoking Owls party deck. As it caroms off the tent, and they count 0-2 on Delwyn Young. Michael Pollack here with you, bringing you all the action from Bethpage Ballpark in Central Islip, New York on this gorgeous Sunday afternoon for baseball. Perfect baseball weather and another large crowd in attendance here at Bethpage Ballpark today. 0-2 pitch upcoming. Pascucci leads in the pitch here, breaking ball low and outside. And it's 1-2. DeBar's last start, July the 16th, here against Southern Maryland. Second game of the homestand, and he picked up his first win of the year. 7 innings, 2 hits, and 2 runs. And now the 1-2 to Young. Pitch on the way, swung on and grounded foul, first base side. Do it once again at 1-2. In that game for DeBar, he was stellar through the first 6 innings, as he faced a minimum 20 batters through the first 6 2/3 innings. The only base runner was Cesar Nicholas on an infield single to second. But when he got to 2 outs in the 7th, he hit Renny Osuna and gave up a 2-run home run to Jose Julio Ruiz, and that broke up the shutout. Bullpen struggled a little bit as Ian Snell gave up a run, and Jared Lansford gave up a run, but he stranded the tying run on base in the 9th inning, did Lansford, getting Salas to ground to third and Opitz to fly to right, and give the Ducks the 5-4 victory. Ducks have won 2 straight, both of them in waddle-off fashion, and they've got a 2-0 lead here in the final game of this 4-game set. 1-2 pitch, breaking ball way outside. Ball looked like it slipped out of the hand of DeBar a little bit, and now the count is even at 2-2. DeBar working slowly on the mound here. Middle infield at double play depth. The third baseman Nelson plays off the line with the lefty hitter. 2-2 on the way now. And again, DeBar misses outside. After getting ahead 0-2, count has now gone full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. DeBar has certainly had his struggles this year. The ERA at 6.30 entering today, but pitched fairly well out of the bullpen for Long Island. At least over his last 3 bullpen outings, and then a good start the last time, but here he misses outside for ball 4. And 2 base runners so far for the Riversharks here in this inning on a hit by pitch and a walk, and not the start DeBar was looking for after the Ducks spotted him 2 runs in the bottom of the 1st inning. And every pitcher is different. Some pitchers thrive even more so when their team gives them a lead and they're able to settle in, really calm down and pitch well. And DeBar was able to do that his last time out. Ducks gave him the early 2-0 lead, and they had a 5-0 lead going into that 7th inning when he allowed 2 runs. And because they had an early 5-0 lead, it allowed for some wiggle room if DeBar or the bullpen had any mistakes. And here DeBar, after getting 2 runs on the board in his favor in the bottom of the 1st, has allowed a hit by pitch and a walk, and now the second baseman D'Angelo Jimenez comes up to bat. First pitch on the way, and Jimenez will take a fastball downstairs for ball 1. Now 3 straight out of the strike zone from DeBar. Jimenez on the season at 209, 2 home runs, 14 runs batted in. Here comes a 1-0 pitch. Right-hander deals. And that is on the outside corner for a strike, count even at 1-1. Last time that DeBar faced the Riversharks was in relief on June 20th down in Camden. Through 1 inning of relief, gave up 2 hits, 2 runs, 1 of them earned, walked 2 and struck out none. And here comes a 1-1. Right-hander deals. Jimenez squares the bunt beautifully up the third base line. It kicks now and will roll along the line, just foul. Nick DeBar catches a break there. That would have been a bunt single if it stayed fair, but it hit the lip of the infield grass and kicked to foul territory. And now they count a ball and 2 strikes on Jimenez, so that will likely take the bunt sign off. Pascucci will have to retreat back to second, and Young will have to retreat back to first. Nobody out here in the top of the 2nd. The Ducks with a 2-run lead, and D'Angelo Jimenez now with a 1-ball, 2-strike count. Riversharks trying to get the 2 runs back that the Ducks scored in the bottom of the 1st inning. So Jimenez finally makes his way back into the box. DeBar is set on the mound. And here comes the 1-2. Breaking ball is outside. And DeBar having trouble once he's gotten to 2 strikes here. Crowd is quieted a little bit here at Bethpage Ballpark, and the 2-2. DeBar kicks, deals, swinging a tapper back to the mound. DeBar fields. He will go to second for 1, and the turn to first is off target. Navarrete had to jump up to get it. The Ducks are fortunate to get 1 there, as DeBar's throw to second was a little bit off target. Lyons had a stretch to get it, and it'll be a fielder's choice 1-6. Would have been big to get the double play there, but Lyons had a stretch to get the throw from DeBar and then threw over to first a little bit off target. So moving over to third is Valentino Pascucci. And reaching on the fielder's choice is D'Angelo Jimenez. Now runners at the corners with 1 man out. And that'll bring up the right fielder, Johnny Drennan. Drennan will bat from the left side against the right-hander DeBar, who is waiting patiently on the mound as Drennan steps into the box. DeBar looks over to first, then his first offering to the Rivershark right fielder on the way. Pitch swung on and missed. Good fastball that time from DeBar. And the count 0-1. Last season, DeBar was a starter with the Grand Prairie Air Hogs of the American Association. He was 12-7 with a 4.34 ERA before he was signed by the Ducks towards the end of last season and pitched out of the bullpen for Long Island in the playoffs. 0-1. Swing and a miss. Way out in front of that one was Drennan. DeBar looking for an all-important second out here with a count of 0-2. Pascucci the runner at third and Jimenez the runner at first, with the Ducks leading it 2-0 here in the top of inning number 2. Another slow-moving game to start out here between the Ducks and the Camden Riversharks. Right-hander ready, and the 0-2 way up and outside. Now goes to a ball and 2 strikes on Drennan. Riversharks being very patient here early on against DeBar, who was already thrown 33 pitches. Infield plays straight away. Nelson halfway at third. Navarrete holds the runner at first. And the 1-2. Swing and a tapper weakly up the first baseline. DeBar is going to watch it roll, and it will go foul. Would have been a tough play to get the runner at first. Drennan runs fairly well up that first baseline, and DeBar saw it kicking foul, so he waited before touching the baseball. So Drennan will make his way back to home plate here, and the count still a ball and 2 strikes on the Camden right fielder. 207 batting average for Drennan, 4 home runs and 28 driven in. Ducks trying to build off their fifth waddle-off win of the season last night, their second consecutive walk-off victory. So Drennan is back, ready to go, and here comes the 1-2 from DeBar. Kick and the pitch. Swung on and grounded to second. Could be 2. Barfield fields. He'll tag the runner. He'll throw to first. It's high. In to score is Pascucci, and the Riversharks have cut the deficit to 2-1. Well, they're not going to rule an error on that play. You can never assume the double play, but that should have been an ending double play, and that's 2 double plays in a row missed out on by the Ducks. It'll go down as a 4 unassisted fielder's choice and a run batted in for Johnny Drennan, and the inning will continue. It's now a 2-1 game. Riversharks scoring a run here in this inning on a hit by pitch, a walk, a fielder's choice, and another fielder's choice. And Barfield applied the tag on Jimenez and then threw way high to Navarrete at first. Here's Michael Greco at the plate, first pitch, and he swings and fouls it back behind home plate for strike 1. So it's RBI number 29 on the season for Johnny Drennan, as Pascucci is able to score from third. And the Ducks stumbling a little bit defensively here, though they haven't committed an error here in this second inning. Missed out on a chance of 2 double plays in this inning. 0-1, fouled again back behind home plate by Greco. And the count 0-2. Greco was signed today by the Camden Riversharks. Newcomer, he has played 9 games this season in the Can-Am League with the Quebec Capitales. And he was signed and activated today with pitching coach Chris Widger placed on the inactive list. And the 0-2 from DeBar, low and inside. And that'll run the count to a ball and 2 strikes. Greco's a switch hitter batting from the left side against the righties pitching Nick DeBar. Ducks 2, the Riversharks 1 here in this second inning. And now the 1-ball, 2-strike pitch from Nick DeBar. Deals, and this is swung and grounded to second for Barfield again. Picks it up, throws on target this time to first, and the side is retired. So all things considered, DeBar gets out of what could have been bigger trouble, but the Riversharks get 1 run on no hits, a hit batter, a walk, and 2 fielders' choices. No errors, and 1 man left on base. We have played an inning and a half here at Bethpage Ballpark. It is now the Ducks 2, the Riversharks 1 here on the radio home for Ducks Baseball, 103.9 RCN.
Everybody, have a good time while you're here at the ballpark today.
Well, the Ducks will hit the road for 7 games starting tomorrow. They will play 3 in Camden, 4 in Bridgeport, and they'll return home next Monday, July the 28th. And they will check that July the 29th, and they'll start off a 7-game homestand then. They'll play 4 straight against the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, then 3 against the York Revolution. An exciting homestand for the Ducks against the Blue Crabs and the Revolution. Tickets still available for all 7 games of that home swing. You can get them one of 3 different ways. You can get them at the Bethpage Ballpark box office. You can go online to liducks.com or call over the phone 631-940-TIXX. So we take this game to the bottom of the second. The Ducks on top 2-1. And leading things off for Long Island is the first baseman, Ray Navarrete. Ducks got 2 runs on the 2-out base hit to left by Ramon Castro. Riversharks got 1 in an RBI fielder's choice on what should have been an inning-ending double play, but Josh Barfield's throw to first sailed over the head of Ray Navarrete. So Hale is set. And the first pitch on the way to Navarrete is in for a called strike in the count 0-1. Navarrete on the year, hitting .247. He's got 2 home runs, 20 runs batted in. Righty-righty matchup with Hale. And the 0-1 pitch is outside, off the glove of the catcher, Michael Greco. That's 1-1 defensively for the Riversharks. Yasser Gomez in left, Billy Rice in center, and Johnny Drennan in right. On the infield, it's Dionis Cesar at third, Wilson Valdez at short, D'Angelo Jimenez at second, Delwyn Young is at first, and behind home plate is Michael Greco. 1-1, swinging a high pop-up to first base. Moving in is Young. Right in the cutout at first, he will make the catch to retire Navarrete. And that is out number 1 here in the second inning.
Batting in the eighth position for Long Island, the center fielder, number 24, Craig Binnick, number 24.
I'll bring up the 8-hitter for the Ducks. He is the center fielder, number 24, Craig Binnick. Binnick helping get the rally for the Ducks started in last night's game in the bottom of the ninth as he picked up a 1-out double into the left center field gap. And Binnick has been a doubles machine of late. He's now got 4 of them here in this series. 4 of his 5 hits in the series are doubles. First pitch here, and he will take inside for ball 1 from Hale. Hale last faced the Ducks on June 19th down at Campbell's Field. 4 innings, 3 hits, 3 runs, a walk and a strikeout in game 1 of a doubleheader. Here he fouls one back behind the plate, does Binnick. And the count is 1-1. Hale also faced the Ducks on May 22nd in relief down at Campbell's Field. He threw a scoreless inning. No hits, walks, or strikeouts. This is the last game of the season series here at Bethpage Ballpark. Ducks will play another 6 down at Campbell's Field, including 3 Monday through Wednesday. Here inside, Binnick almost took it on the arm, but just missed him for ball 2. Ducks will make their final trip to Camden the 19th through the 21st of August. 2-1. Pitch on the way. And that slider misses low and outside. Vinnick now ahead in the count, 3 balls and a strike. Ducks with 2 runs on 3 hits in the bottom of the first. Riversharks got a run with no hits in the top of the second. Now the 3-1 pitch. Breaking ball is in for a strike. Vinnick taking it all the way. And the count is full at 3-2. Sun shining, some light clouds overhead, and the 3-2 to Binnick on the way is swung on and missed for strike 3. Binnick tried to time the off-speed pitch and swung through it for the second strikeout of the day for Hale. 2 away here in the second. That'll bring up the shortstop, Dan Lyons.
Hitting in the ninth position for your Long Island Ducks. Here's the shortstop, number 12, Dan Lyons, number 12.
So here is Dan Lyons to the plate. Shortstop and 9-hitter for the Ducks, batting from the right side, as Hale tries to rebound from the tough first inning and retire the side in order in inning number 2. First pitch on the way from Hale to Lyons, and the pitch is taken right down the middle for strike 1. Lyons at .219 on the season, no home runs and 18 runs batted in. Lyons the only Duck regular who has not gone deep yet this season. And the 0-1 up high. Lyons able to check his swing. And it's now 1 ball and 1 strike. Third baseman Cesar placed close to the line at third. 1-1. Swinging a rip foul. Third base side off the end of the Riversharks dugout, and the count 1-2 on Lyons. Camden in their road grays, Ducks in the Sunday orange jerseys. Kevin Baez, coaching over at third base, was ejected in last night's game. Not often that Baez gets ejected or gets as heated as he did last night, but he was clearly upset with the calls from this 3-man umpiring crew in last night's game in that 7th inning. And the 1-2, breaking ball up and in tight. Now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ducks 7 games over 500 here in the second half. In most games they've been over 500 at any point this year. Swinging a tapper back out to the mound. Hale will field and throw over to Young at first to retire Lyons. And that will do it for the Ducks here in the second inning. They go down in order, 1, 2, 3. And we take this game to the third here at Bethpage Ballpark. It's the Ducks 2, the Riversharks 1 on the radio home for Ducks Baseball, 103.9 RCN.
Family participating in the program, the end of the winning official, Long Island Ducks autograph baseball by Long Island Ducks pitcher Jared Lansbury.
To the top of the third inning we go here at Bethpage Ballpark. 2-1 the Ducks lead it over the Camden Riversharks. And it is time for today's third inning trivia, which is brought to you by Carvel. Carvel celebrating more than 75 years of making people happy. Well, last night the Ducks won on a walk-off wild pitch. John Velasquez delivered a wild pitch that allowed Joe Ashbrodine to score from third and give the Ducks the waddle-off 4-3 victory. Well, this is the second time now in 2 seasons that the Ducks have won on a walk-off wild pitch. They did so a year ago. It was on June 16, 2012. The Ducks won it 2-1 over the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. And the question, who was the Long Island Duck to scamper home from third with the game-winning run? We'll let you think about it, and we will give you the answer in the bottom half of this third inning. Joe Ashburdine scoring the winning run on the walk-off wild pitch yesterday. Who was the Duck that scored on the walk-off wild pitch last season, June 16th, 2012, in the Ducks' 2-1 win over the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs? Nick DeBar back on the mound for his third inning of work. Ducks with a 2-1 lead. And it will be 9-1-2 in the order for Camden. Billy Rice, Yasser Gomez, and Wilson Valdez. So Rice steps up to the plate, hitting from the left side. And DeBar's first pitch to him is a breaking ball in for a called strike. And the count 0-1. Rice at .295 on the season. He's got 2 home runs and 13 runs batted in. And the pitch outside to even the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Rice was at the plate for the controversial play in the 7th inning last night, 1-1. That breaking ball, another called strike here. Looked like Castro had a little bit of trouble with it at the plate. But Beaver calls the strike, and it's now 1-2. Rice has made a couple nice plays defensively in the course of this 4-game set. 1 ball, 2 strikes, nobody out here in the 3rd inning. And a 1-2 from DeBar. Check swing, and home plate umpire Matt Beaver says he went around. That is strike 3, and there's 1 out in the 3rd inning. And Rice was the center of controversy on a check swing last night, when it certainly looked from our vantage point and from the Ducks' vantage point that Billy Rice had gone around for strike 3 in the top of the 7th inning for the final out of the inning, or second out of the inning, excuse me. But Manolo Alejandro appealed to third base umpire Tim McCaffrey, who said he did not go around. The at-bat continued. The next pitch was that wacky pass ball that looked like at first was a foul ball, then was ruled a pass ball and allowed a run to score. And that was the tying run at the time. This pitch up and outside for ball 1 of Yasser Gomez. As the Riversharks begin their second trip through the order, he grounded out to third his first time. And now the 1-0. Off the outside edge again from DeBar. And it's now 2 balls and no strikes on Yasser Gomez. DeBar gets the sign, 2-0 the count. Right-hander deals, and Gomez is going to swing away, and he chops one short. Lyons fields the high hop, his throw to first, right on the money. And there's 2 away here in the 3rd. That ball certainly looked like it took a very big hop there off the dirt at short. Gotta imagine that the dirt, which despite being watered before every game, of course, probably several times before the game, it's got a lot of bounce to it because of the lack of rain of late. Some areas of the Tri-State received some heavy rains yesterday, including the South Shore of Long Island, and Bethpage Ballpark is pretty close to the South Shore, but really not much at all here in terms of rain yesterday, as this pitch is taken for a called strike on the outside edge, and the count 0-1. Valdez flied to right, his first time up back in the opening inning. Didn't like a strike call from the home plate umpire either. And the 0-1 is a breaking ball on the outside edge again for another strike, and it's quickly 0-2, and DeBar trying to work his second 1-2-3 inning of the game. To the count. DeBar kicks, fires, and this is low and outside. Good eye by Valdez. DeBar has made 2 starts this year prior to today against the Riversharks. May 30th here in a 6-3 loss for the Ducks. He went 5 innings, 3 runs, 6 hits, 5 walks, and no strikeouts. Took a no decision. 5 walks, the most he's given up in a single start this season. 1-2. Swinging a tapper foul to the first base side. We'll do it once again at a ball and 2 strikes. Then on May 22nd at Camden in a 6-4 win for the Ducks. 6 innings of 4-hit, 3-run baseball. 3 walks and 2 strikeouts. And that quality start broke a string of 4 rough outings in a row for DeBar after the 6 perfect innings he threw on April 21st. 1-2 pitch upcoming. DeBar gets the sign, delivers, and Valdez swings and taps it foul again. This time to the third base side of home plate. Ducks lead the Riversharks here 2-1. As we play in the top half of inning number 3. Valdez battling here against Nick DeBar. And DeBar patiently waiting here at home plate as Valdez steps back in. Here comes a 1-2 from the right-hander. His pitch swung on a line foul down the third base line. Another rocket off the bat of a Riversharks hitter, but way out in front of it was Valdez. And Joe Ashbrodine is going to toss that over to a lucky fan sitting in the Smokin' Owls party deck, one of the many group sections here at Bethpage Ballpark. Available for rentals for every game. Bring a group of 40 fans out and have that exclusive area to yourself right along the field down the left field line. 1-2, swing and another foul ball. Back to the screen behind home plate, a humpback liner. 4 straight fouls here with a count of 1-2. And Valdez battling here against DeBar and driving his pitch count up. Just about at 55 here as we play in the third inning. So DeBar gets back up onto the rubber, bent over. He looks in for the sign from Ramon Castro. And now a 1-2 pitch once again. Swinging a foul tip into the glove of Ramon Castro for strike 3. Second strikeout of the inning for DeBar, and that retires the side in the third. So the Riversharks go down in order, and we take this game to the bottom of inning number 3. Ducks 2, Camden 1 on the radio, home for Ducks Baseball, 103.9 RCN. Can I have one more? Bottom of the third inning at Bethpage Ballpark. Ducks with a 2-1 lead over the Camden Riversharks, and it is time for the answer to today's third inning trivia, which is brought to you by Carvel. Carvel celebrating more than 75 years of making people happy. Last night, Ducks winning it in waddle-off fashion over the Camden Riversharks as they defeated Camden 4-3 in a walk-off wild pitch thrown by Jonathan Velasquez that allowed Joe Ashbrodine to score from third. This was the second time in the last 2 years that the Ducks won on a walk-off wild pitch. It happened once last year on June 16, 2012 in a 2-1 Ducks win over the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. The question, who was the Duck who scored from third on the play? And if you guessed James McOwen, you would be correct. James McOwen was on third base with 2 out in the inning. Sean Williams was at the plate, and Charlie Manning of the Blue Crabs threw a wild pitch that allowed McOwen to score and give the Ducks a 2-1 win. First pitch is outside here to Joe Ashbrodine, the count 1-0. Last season, the Ducks ended up winning 10 games during the regular season in waddle-off fashion. And they had one of those against the Riversharks last year. That was their first. On May 6th of last season, a 2-1 win in 11 innings on a walk-off base hit by Craig Binnick. Here, Brodine takes a strike on the outside corner to even the count at 1-1. Brodine single to left center his first time up, and then came around to score. And here he takes a breaking ball down low. That'll run the count to 2 balls and 1 strike. Brodin also picked up his 11th stolen base of the year back in the first inning. Two ball, 1 strike pitch from Jake Hale. Right-hander delivers, and this is up high. 3-1 now on Brodin. Brodin so far in the series, 6 for 15. He's got 2 homers, 7 RBIs, 6 runs scored, and 2 walks. Another great series for the Ducks leadoff man, and the 3-1 here from Hale is taken for a strike at the knees. And the count full at 3-2. Inside for ball 4. Brodin turned out of the way of it. First walk allowed by Jake Hale today, and it's a Municipal Credit Union walk with a purpose. Every time a Ducks batter walks, the Quacker Jack Foundation wins. So Brodin at first with nobody out. Second time he's led off an inning by getting on base, and that'll bring up Josh Barfield.
Josh Barfield, number 28.
So here is Josh Barfield, the bat, second baseman from the right side for Long Island. He'll line out to center his first time up. First pitch, he swings and grounds one to the right side. Second baseman Jimenez fields, goes to short for 1, the turn to first in time. Nicely turned there by the Riversharks. 4-6-3 double play with the speedy Barfield running up the first base line. And just like that, 2 men out.
Log on the third base for number 21, Brian Nelson, number 21.
So Barfield is retired. And Brodin retired at second. And up to the plate steps Brian Nelson, switch hitting third baseman, batting from the left side. He singled his first time up. From the windup, first pitch on the way. Nelson will swing and slash one foul up the first baseline. Kicks all the way down into the right field corner, and the count is 0-1. Nelson singled, stole second, and scored on the 2-run base hit by Ramon Castro. Ball just hanging out down the right field line, and finally somebody goes into the bullpen and retrieves the baseball, tosses it up into the stands. Oh, 1 pitch up coming here to Nelson. Hale deals, and Nelson will take low. And that'll even up the count at a ball and a strike. Nelson so far in the series, 3 for 11. 2 runs scored, 4 walks, and 2 stolen bases. 1-1. Chopped on the ground foul to the first base dugout. And it's now a ball and 2 strikes here against the Ducks third baseman. So after the Ducks scored 2 runs in the first, they went in order in the second, got the leadoff walk by Brodin in the third, but the double play quickly erased him. And now a 1-ball, 2-strike pitch coming from the righty Hale. Nelson stands back in. Hale gets the sign. And the 1-2, swinging a high fly ball down the left field line, slicing over towards the line. Long run for Yasser Gomez. He can't get it. It drops in fair. Nelson around first. He goes into second, and he's going to stop right there with a double. And Brian Nelson 2 for 2 on the day as he picks up the 2-bagger down the left field line.
Long on the designated hitter, number 6, Bill Hall, number 6.
All for Brian Nelson. That is his 19th double of the year. That leads the Ducks, who now have 157 doubles on the season as a team. And that is good for most in the Atlantic League, 1 more than the York Revolution, who were in action earlier today. So Nelson on second with 2 men out. Had Barfield not hit into the double play, and Brodin was retired at second. Brodeen probably would have scored from first on that play with his great speed. So here's Bill Hall at the plate with 2 out and a runner on. This one is outside for ball 1. Hall struck out with runners at first and second and 1 out in the first inning. Hall now 3 for 13 in the series with a double, a homer, 2 RBIs, and a run scored. 1-0. High fly ball in the air to left field, pretty well hit. Gomez drifting back to the warning track. At the wall, he jumps up, and he can't get it. It's off the wall. Nelson is in to score. Hall will stop at second. It's an RBI double for Bill Hall, and the Ducks lead it by 2 once again. It's 3-1 here in the third. Boy, that ball carry out to left field for Bill Hall. Off the bat, that looked like it was going to be a fly out to left. The ball kept drifting further back towards the wall. I think Gomez thought he was at the wall. He jumped up in front of it and just could not come up with the ball. It went behind him and hit off the wall. So for Bill Hall, the double and the RBI, his 33rd run batted in of the year and his 11th double. The Ducks with back-to-back 2-out extra base hits have taken their 2-run lead back. So Hall at second, Nelson scores on the play, and up to the plate steps Ramon Castro, who delivered a 2-out, 2-run single back in the first inning. First pitch is taken for a strike on the outside corner, 0-1. Ducks now with 3 runs on 5 hits here in the game. 2 outs and a runner at second here in the third. Long look in here from Hale. And now he gets the sign from his catcher. 0-1 offering. Low and outside. Again, this is Castro's first action of this series. He had not played since Tuesday against Southern Maryland. Getting 4 days of rest and now back into the lineup. Hall takes his lead. None of the middle infielders playing close to second, and the 1-1. Swing and a miss. Cut through a high fastball. And it's now 1-2 on Castro. One and two the count. Hall leads. And now time is called. Castro thought Hale was taking way too long. So far for the Camden right-hander, he has thrown 48 pitches, just 29 of them for strikes. And now the 1-2. Swinging a weak ground ball to first. Probably broke the bat of Castro. Young is going to flip it to Hale covering, and that's the final out here in the third inning. But the Ducks scratch across another run on 2 hits. Both of them coming with 2 out, no errors, and 1 runner left on base. Through 3 innings here at Bethpage Ballpark on this Sunday evening, it is the Long Island Ducks 3 and the Camden Riversharks 1 here on the radio home for Ducks Baseball, 103.9 RCN.
Saturday, August the 3rd, when the auction ends.
To the 4th inning here at Bethpage Ballpark, Ducks have a 3-1 lead. 3 runs, 5 hits, no errors for the Ducks. 1 run, no hits, no errors for the Riversharks. And Ducks fans discover the real difference at Huntington Honda and find Long Island's all-star lineup of over 1,200 new Hondas. Huntington Honda steps up to the plate to treat every customer with no pressure, respect, and grand slam service after the sale. Discover the real difference and a winning buying experience at HuntingtonHondaCars.com. And then you can visit Huntington Honda on Jericho Turnpike just east of Route 110. Michael Pollock here with you at Bethpage Ballpark in Central Islip, New York, bringing you all the action in this final game of a 4-game series between the Ducks and the Riversharks, Camden won here on Thursday night, 12-4. One of the most wild games of the year here on Friday. Ducks trailed 5-1 going into the 7th inning. They made it 5-4 and then tied the game in the 9th. Then they gave up 3 runs in the 10th, but scored 6 in the bottom of the 10th with a walk-off grand slam by Joe Ashbrodeen, giving the Ducks an 11-8 win. And then last night, a pass-capacity crowd of 6,310 here saw the Ducks battle back from deficits of 1-0 and 3-2 to win it 4-3 in waddle-off fashion again, thanks to a wild pitch in the bottom of the 9th inning from John Velasquez. And here today, the Ducks have a 3-1 lead for right-hander Nick DeBar, who is starting today. He has given up just a hit-by-pitch and a walk through the first 3 innings of this game. And it will be Dionis Cesar, Valentino Pascucci, and Delwyn Young, 3, 4, and 5 in Camden's order to bat here in the 4th. We'll also take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard here in this top of the 4th inning. DeBar looks in for the sign. And the first pitch on the way to Cesar, square to bunt, pulled back, and he takes ball 1. Cesar fly to left his first time up, back in the opening inning. DeBar ready. And the 1-0 to Cesar. Fastball, strike. That evens up the count at 1-1. 1-game final already in the Atlantic League today. That is down in Waldorf, Maryland, Regency Furniture Stadium, where the York Revolution came back to win it 5-4 over the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. 1-1 is swung on and missed by Cesar, count 1-2. Winning pitcher in relief was Junior Navoa. He improved to 5-2. Pedro Liriano had started for York. Wade Corpy started for Southern Maryland, but Eduardo Moreland took the loss to fall to 0-2. And Stephen Penny, earned his 5th save of the year. 1-2, outside. 2-2 here on Cesar. 2 home runs in the game. Wilson Batista, his 4th of the year for the Revolution. Jake Opitz, his 2nd for the Blue Crabs. 1 game going on right now. That's in Bridgewater, New Jersey. 2-2. Low. And the count goes full on Cesar. No score between the Lancaster Barnstormers and Somerset Patriots. Bottom of the 5th inning. Those 2 teams were rained out last night at TD Bank Ballpark. David Harden, the starter for the Patriots. Rich Rundle's the starter for the Barnstormers. And DeBar's 3-ball, 2-strike offering is swung on and grounded to second. Couple hops for Barfield. He throws to first for the putout. So Cesar retired for the 2nd time today, and there's 1 out in the 4th inning.
Hitter, number 29, Valentino Pascucci, number 29.
1 game will take place in a little under an hour. Down in Sugar Land, Texas, the Skeeters are going to host the Bluefish. That game will begin at 7:05 here on the East Coast, 6:05 down there. Trevor Reckling will start for the Bluefish. David Pauly for the Skeeters. Valentino Pascucci to the plate, was hit by a pitch on the first pitch from DeBar last time up, and here he takes one over the inside corner for strike 1. Skeeters last night defeated the Bluefish 4-2, so they maintain a 1-game lead over the Ducks for the best record in the second half in the Atlantic League. They are 12-3. They have a 5-game lead over the Lancaster Barnstormers in the Freedom Division standings. 0-1. Breaking ball is outside. Count even up at 1 ball and 1 strike. Ducks with a 3-1 lead. Here comes a 1-1 pitch. DeBar deals. Swing and a miss. Way over the top, and the count goes to 1-2. MLB action earlier today. Mets shut out the Phillies 5-0 at Citi Field. A dominant start by Matt Harvey. 7 innings of 3-hit shutout baseball. He struck out 10 and walked none. 1-2, swing and a high pop up to second base here. No, now it's to the third base side. It's Brian Nelson who's going to make the call. And Nelson will make the catch for the second out. Off the bat, I looked at the infield because you cannot see straight up here in the press box. You got the overhang of the club level. It looked like Josh Barfield had his eye on it and then turned over to third base. Brian Nelson was the one who was able to make the catch. So Pascucci retired, and there's two away here in the fourth. So Matt Harvey ends up getting the win today, improves to 8-2. Cliff Lee, the loss, fell to 10-4. 2 home runs for the Mets. David Wright his 15th, Marlon Byrd his 17th, and actually 3, as Juan Lagares hit his second. A big homer day for the Mets. And this pitch is hit high in the air to right field. First pitch swinging was Delwyn Young. Adam Bailey settles under it. He makes the catch. And an easy 1-2-3 inning for Nick DeBar in the fourth. He's retired the side in order. 3 of the 4 innings here today. And we go to the bottom of the fourth. It's the Ducks 3, the Riversharks nothing here on the radio home for Ducks Baseball, 103.9 RCN.
Thank you for joining us here at St. Bates Ballpark. Now, if you're interested in bringing a group to a game this season, please stop by the Sports Authority ticket kiosk on the main concourse field.
Bottom of the fourth inning at Bethpage Ballpark. Ducks with a 3-1 lead over the Camden Riversharks. And fans, now you can enjoy the taste of the Australian Outback at discounted prices just by attending Ducks games. During every Friday home game, Ducks staff members will be handing out coupons for $5 off with the purchase of 2 lunch entrees at Outback Steakhouse as fans exit the ballpark. Whether you're enjoying one of their delicious USDA choice steaks or one of many Aussie-tizers, Outback takes great pride in serving the freshest, highest quality foods possible. They're now open on Saturday and Sunday for lunch beginning at 11 a.m. And you can join them every Wednesday as well for No Worries Wednesday with a complete meal for 2 starting at just $25. At Outback, it is all about the quality and all about the food. Ducks lead by 2 as we go to the fourth inning. Adam Bailey, Ray Navarrete, Craig Binnick, 6, 7, and 8 in the Ducks order to lead things off against Jake Hale, the right-hander, who begins his fourth inning of work. First pitch on the way, and Bailey will take a breaking ball strike, 0-1. Finishing up the out-of-town scoreboard, Yankees will be in action tonight against the Red Sox up at Fenway Park. CC Sabathia for the Yankees, 9-8, 4.07 ERA. Ryan Dempster for the Red Sox, 5-8, 4.24. 0-1 to Bailey, and that's outside for ball 1. And at the Open Championship in Scotland today, Phil Mickelson finished 3 under par to win the tournament. So congratulations to the lefty, Phil Mickelson. 1-1. And Bailey will swing and hit a high pop-up in the air to right field. Going out is the second baseman, Jimenez. He will make the call, and he will make the catch. So Bailey is retired for the second time today. He flied to left back in the first. And there's one away in the bottom of the fourth.
Ray Navarrete, number 16.
So with one down, Ray Navarrete is going to come to the plate. 7-hitter and first baseman for the Ducks here today. Navarrete bats from the right side. Wearing those bright orange cleats, really drawing attention to his feet. Here at the Duck Pond, first pitch is a breaking ball that missed up over the head of Navarrete. And they count 1-0. Ray in his first at bat popped out to first base. And now the 1-0 on the way from the right-hander. Navarrete will take a breaking ball again. This time it misses low and inside. And it's 2 balls and no strikes. Righty-righty matchup, 2-0. Fastball. That is outside. Navarrete quickly ahead here, 3-0. So far, Hale has walked just 1. That was Joe Ashbrodine an inning ago. And now the 3-0. Navarrete swinging away 3-0, and he pops it foul behind the plate. Up into the club level, and now it's going to rebound back down below. And now battle for the baseball among the fans behind home plate. And the count 3-1. From the winding, the 3-1. Navarrete swings and he chops it foul. Way out in front of it again was Navarrete. So Navarrete got ahead 3-0. Decided to swing away, which you rarely see, and he popped it foul behind the plate and then tapped one foul, 3-1. And now Hale's 3-2 is outside for ball 4, and Navarrete is going to reach first. So it's another Municipal Credit Union walk with a purpose. Every time a Ducks batter walks, the Quackerjack Foundation wins. So Hale has walked 2 now in the game, and that's going to bring up Craig Binnick, the number 8 hitter for the Ducks, and center fielder, who struck out in his first at bat back in the 2nd inning. So here is Binnick from the right side. Navarrete will lead at first with 1 away. He does not have good speed at first, and time is now called at home plate. Very nice crowd here on this Sunday afternoon. Late afternoon, 6:30, now Sunday evening. And here Binnick fouls the first pitch off into the Riversharks dugout, third base side. And the count is 0-1. Binnick now in the series is 5 for 12. 4 doubles, as we mentioned, 2 RBIs, 3 runs scored, a walk and a sacrifice fly. Another great series for Binnick, who is thriving in his return trip to Bethpage Ballpark, 3rd season with the Ducks. Was the batting champion in 2011, helped the Ducks to the Atlantic League title last year. And here he lines one into center field. Moving in a couple steps is Billy Rice to make the catch. That'll retire Binnick, and there's 2 away here in the 4th.
Shortstop, number 12, Dan Lyons, number 12.
So 2 down, the runner still at first is Navarrete, and the 9 hitter for the Ducks, Dan Lyons, will come to the plate. He tapped out back to the mound his first time up. Third baseman plays in close in case Lyons decide to square down a bunt for a base hit. And the first pitch on the way to Lyons, breaking ball over the inside corner for strike 1. Lyons with the ground down, now 3 for 11 in the series. A double, a run batted in, 2 runs scored, and 2 walks. Oh, 1 pitch upcoming. Navarrete leads, being held on by Young. And the 0-1. Swung on a line in the right center field for a base hit. Navarrete on his way to second. He will stop right there as Rice picks up the baseball and fires back in. So Dan Lyons has his first hit of the night, the 6th for the Ducks. And Long Island with 2 on and 2 out in the 4th, and back to the top of the order for Joe Ashbrodine.
Ducks left fielder, number 22, Joe Ashbrodine, number 22.
That's a great job by Dan Lyons. With already 1 runner on, you'd rather get on base here and bring Brodine up with 2 men on base than have Brodine lead off the next inning with the bases empty. Brodine has been pretty much the biggest threat in the Ducks lineup this season from start to finish. And Brodine will step up to the plate here with Navarrete at second, Lyons at first, and 2 men away. An extra base hit likely scores 2. With Lyons at speed at first. Again, Navarrete does not have good speed at second. On the first pitch, Brodine swings and grounds one foul up the first base line. Goes past Henriquez and out into right field. Henriquez doing the coaching over at first base with Kevin Baez coaching around at third. Brodeen has been on base twice so far here today. He singled to left back in the first, stole third, and then scored on the base hit by Castro. Drew a walk to lead off the third inning, and then was retired on the double play ball hit into by Josh Barfield. So count of 0-1. Pitch inside of Brodeen. Turned out of the way. The count even up at 1-1 strike. Ducks out hitting the Riversharks 6-0 here in this game. They lead on the scoreboard 3-1. A win for the Ducks. They win the series by taking 3 of 4, and it'll be 5 consecutive series wins for the Ducks to start the second half. 1-1. Brodeen swings this one high in the air down the right field line, heading back towards the pole. Long run for the right fielder back toward the pole, and this is a foul ball. Johnny Drennan had to chase all the way into the corner, and the ball, despite the wind blowing from right to left, just happened to hook in a foul territory. Brodeen nearly had himself a 2-run double, possibly a 3-run homer. But instead it's a long strike, and the count now 1-2 on the Ducks left fielder. Brodeen with the single and the walk is now 6 for 15 here in this series. He's drawn 3 walks in the series and has scored 6 runs while driving in 7. That'll be a 1-ball, 2-strike pitch upcoming from Hale to Brodeen. Navarrete leads at second and Lyons at first with 2 away. And the 1-2. Swinging a line drive in a shallow right field. Moving in a couple steps and making the catch is Johnny Drennan. And Hale works into and out of trouble here in the 4th inning. So for the Ducks, no runs, 1 hit, 1 walk, 2 men left on base. 4 innings complete here today at Bethpage Ballpark. Ducks lead it 3-1 over the Riversharks on the radio home for Ducks Baseball, 103.9 RCN. Fans, don't forget to stop by the Waddle Inn Shop on your next visit here to Bethpage Ballpark, where exclusive, hard-to-find Ducks memorabilia is now on sale. Proceeds benefit the Quacker Jack Foundation, the charitable arm of the Long Island Ducks. Lots of great Ducks apparel to choose from, including game-worn jerseys from the Atlantic League Championship season last year for the Ducks, replica jerseys for this season, and also available inside the Waddle Inn Shop, Flex Fit hats, the game model hats that the Ducks wear here in 2013. Lots of other great items to choose from, including the memorabilia items in the Quacker Jack Foundation case, which is right inside the Waddle Inn Shop when you walk into the store. So check it out on your next visit to the Duck Pond. Say hello to Jay Stay Fresh Randall and Zach, formerly known as Boots Jenis. Will help you out with all of your Ducks merchandise needs here at Bethpage Ballpark.
Batting for the Camden Riversharks with the top half of the fifth inning, leading second baseman number 10, D'Angelo Jimenez.
D'Angelo Jimenez will lead things off, the 6-hitter and second baseman for the Riversharks. He'll be followed by the right fielder Johnny Drennan and the catcher Michael Greco. So here is Jimenez, who reached on a 1-6 fielder's choice back in the second inning. DeBar, the right-hander for the Ducks, has looked strong again here today. He's retired the side in order in 3 of the 4 innings he has pitched. And the first pitch on the way to Jimenez. is taken a little bit high for ball 1. Yesterday, Jimenez was 1 for 3 at the plate. Ended up getting pinch run for in the 9th inning, and Wilson Valdez ended up scoring the go-ahead run for Camden. 1-0 off the outside edge from DeBar, and it's now 2 balls and no strikes. Jimenez, a former major leaguer, 1 point in his career, played with the New York Yankees. He steps back into the box, and DeBar ready to deal 2-0. Kick and the pitch, and this is outside for ball 3. So not the start DeBar was looking for here in this 5th inning, as he's thrown 3 straight out of the zone to start off against Jimenez. Johnny Drennan will be next. And now the 3-0 on the way from DeBar. Kicks and fires, and this is right down the middle on a fastball for strike 1. Yesterday, the Ducks out hit the Riversharks 9-7 and ended up winning on the scoreboard 4-3. And the 3-1 outside for ball 4. Now that's the second walk allowed by DeBar today. He has struck out 2 as well. So Jimenez reaches. And with 1 on and nobody out, that'll bring up Johnny Drennan.
The right fielder, number 19, Johnny Drennan. Number 19.
So here is Drennan to bat from the left side. First time up, Drennan drove home a run thanks to a defensive miscue by the Ducks. First pitch on the way, and this one just misses the outside corner. Close pitch there from DeBar, and the count 1-0. Drennan hit a chopper to second. Looked like it was going to be a 4-3 double play. Barfield tagged the runner, Jimenez, but his throw to first was high, and it went past Navarrete. Not allowed the run to score from third. 1-0. And misses low. And it's now 2-0 on Drennan. So DeBar started off Jimenez 3-0 before getting a strike and then walking him. And now he's fallen behind 2-0 here on Johnny Drennan in the 5th inning. The RBI for Drennan was his 29th of the season. 2-0 up coming from DeBar. Right-hander deals. And Drennan will swing and pop this one up. Shallow center field. The shortstop Dan Lyons goes out. Calls off everybody. And Lyons will make the grab for the first out of the 5th inning. Not a smart decision there by Johnny Drennan. Thought he was going to get a good pitch to hit there with a 2-0 count. But DeBar having trouble throwing strikes. Drennan chased with a 2-0 count. And he pops up to center for the first out. And now that'll bring up the catcher Michael Greco in his second at-bat in a Riversharks uniform. Greco, the catcher and 8-hitter, signed by the Riversharks earlier today. And the first pitch, swung on and chopped to the right side. Barfield in the hole. Fields goes too short for 1, and that's all they'll get. Good play by Barfield to get the force out. It's a 4-6 fielder's choice. Third fielder's choice hit into by Camden today. And there's a runner at first with 2 out now in the 5th, and that'll bring up the center fielder, Billy Rice.
Camden center fielder number 9, Billy Rice. Number 9.
So Billy Rice to come to the plate, the 9-hitter and center fielder. He struck out his first time up back in the 3rd inning. Both of DeBar's strikeouts have come in the 3rd. His season high is 10 strikeouts. First pitch to Billy Rice. The fastball missed outside for ball 1. To this point, DeBar has thrown 75 pitches, 45 for strikes. He's been somewhat economical in this game and has done well over the last couple innings after a long second. 1-0 pitch. That is in for a called strike. Good fastball from the right-hander. It evens the count at 1-1. Rice yesterday was 2 for 3 at the plate. Drove home a run, his 13th RBI of the season. Teams combined for 10 walks in yesterday's game. Ducks walked 6 batters. The Riversharks walked 4. And a 1-1. Swinging a liner towards short. Lyons stays with it. Underhand toss to second to record the force out, and the side retired in the 5th. Good job by Lyons to stay with that hard hit baseball. No runs, no hits, a walk, and 1 runner left on base. We are halfway through. We played 4.5 here today. It's 3-1 Ducks on the radio. Ducks baseball 103.9 RCN. Can I have one more?
Congratulations from Best Beach Middle Credit Union and the
To the bottom of the 5th inning we go. Ducks with a 3-1 lead over the Camden Riversharks. Final game of this 4-game series. Ducks fans, don't forget about the patriotic jersey auction going on right now. It'll go from now until the 7th inning stretch of the August 3rd game between the Ducks and the York Revolution, which will be Military Appreciation Night here at Bethpage Ballpark. Ducks wore the patriotic red, white, and blue jerseys on July 4th in their win over the Somerset Patriots. To wear them again on August 3rd, and you can bid on those game-worn jerseys right now. The bid started at $75. They will increase in minimum $10 increments, and you can place your bids one of 2 ways. You can visit the auction tables located outside the Waddle Inn shop during any Ducks home game, or you can give the Ducks a call at the Waddle Inn shop, 631-940-3825, extensions 126 or 108. Proceeds from the auction benefit the Quacker Jack Foundation, the charitable arm of the Long Island Ducks. Josh Barfield leads off the 5th. He takes a slider up high for ball 1. Barfield has fly to center, hit into a 4-6-3 double play in his 2 at-bats so far here in this game. 1-0. Big breaking ball. This one drops in for a strike, and that'll even up the count at 1-1. Yesterday, Barfield was 2 for 4 at the plate. A pair of RBI singles and a run scored. And here he lines one in the air to right center field. Long run over for the right fielder. Diving and making a nice catch is the right fielder, Drennan. He robs Josh Barfield of an extra base hit with a full extension drive out and right. So Barfield is retired, and that is out number 1.
Ducks third baseman, number 21, Brian Nelson, number 21.
Definitely put a star on that play as Drennan makes a nice diving catch out in right field. That's the first out, and here is Brian Nelson, who has had himself a great game thus far. He has been on base twice with hits and has scored both times he's gotten on base. First pitch on the way from Hale to Nelson, and that's low and inside, goes all the way back to the backstop for ball 1. Nelson singled to right in the first, stole second, and scored on the 2-run single by Ramon Castro. And then with 2 outs in the third, he doubled to left center. Check that double to left, the high towering drive that went to left field, and then Bill Hall with the high fly ball double in a left field as Nelson takes a call strike. And that gave the Ducks a 3-1 lead at that point as Nelson scored from second. 1-1 pitch. Hale delivers, and Nelson grounds one through the right side. Another hit for Nelson, his 3rd of the game. So Nelson is on safely at first with two singles and a double here today. 1 on, 1 out, and that'll bring up Bill Hall.
Number 6, Bill Hall, number 6.
Nelson now 5 for 13 here in this series, as he has 3 hits here today. 4th 3-hit game of the year for Nelson. He's also got 21 2-hit games. So 25 multi-hit games on the year for Nelson. And here is Bill Hall, the cleanup hitter in DH. First pitch from Hale. And Hall swings and fouls it off at the plate for strike 1. Hall, an RBI double into left field his last time up. That was back in the 3rd inning. Struck out his first time up in the opening inning. And yesterday Hall was 1 for 4 at the plate with a run batted in. And a double. His 10th of the season yesterday, so now has 11 doubles on the year. Here comes an 0-1 pitch. Hale delivers, and this is lifted in the air to shallow right field towards the line. Long run for Drennan. He's not going to get it. It drops in a base hit. Nelson around second. He is going for third, and the throw is not in time. So a base hit to right for Bill Hall, his second hit of the game. Ducks now with 8 hits on the day. They are set up with runners at their corners and only 1 out here in the 5th inning. And that's going to bring up the catcher, Ramon Castro. So back-to-back 1-out hits here for Nelson and Hall after they each picked up back-to-back 2-out doubles in the 3rd.
Ducks catcher, number 37, Ramon Castro, number 37.
Let's see if Castro can do what he did his first time to the plate and drive home a pair of runs. First time up was back in the 1st inning, and he picked up 2 RBIs on the 2-run single to left. First pitch, swinging a foul back to the screen behind home plate. And the count 0-1 on Castro. Second time up for Castro was in the 3rd inning. With the runner at second and 2 out, and he grounded out to first. Sun has started to set here at Bethpage Ballpark. Some clouds blocking the sun. Nelson leads at third, Hall at first. And the 0-1. Swing and a miss. Castro was late on that pitch, and the count goes to 0-2. Ducks out hitting the Riversharks 8-0 at this point, and they lead by just 2 on the scoreboard. Ducks really want to try and get some more runs and give DeBar and the bullpen a little bit more support here in this game. Oh, 2 count on Castro. From the stretch, Hale delivers, and Castro swings, lifts this one in the air to shallow right field, and that is going to dunk in for a base hit. In to score from third is Nelson. Hall will stop at second. An RBI single to right for Ramon Castro, who's driven in 3 today, and it's 4-1 Ducks here in the 5th inning. 3 straight 1-out hits for Long Island. Castro with 3 RBIs, now up to 23 on the year. Now the Ducks coming up with some more timely hits here today, and knocking around Riversharks right-hander Jake Hale. 9 hits now through the first 4 1/3 innings against the Camden righty. So Castro drives home Nelson from third. Nelson has been on base 3 times with hits, and he has scored all 3 times he has been on base. A terrific day for him. Hall is at second, and here is Adam Bailey. First pitch to Bailey. Big breaking ball, but this just missed outside for ball 1. Bailey is 0 for 2. He has flied to left and popped to second. Barfield, Bailey, and Binnick are the 3 Ducks who have yet to reach base in this game. 1-0. Bailey takes a curveball in for a strike over the inside corner. And it's 1-1. Runners at first and second. Neither have great speed for the Ducks. It's Hall at second and Castro at first with 1 away. And a 1-1 pitch. Swung on and grounded through the left side, a base hit. Hall around third. He's going to try and score. The throw to the plate from Gomez is offline. In to score is Hall. It's an RBI single for Adam Bailey. 4 straight hits with 1 out in the 5th. And it's 5-1 Ducks over the Riversharks. 10th hit of the game for Long Island. Adam Bailey goes the opposite way. He picks up his 35th run batted in of the year. First hit of the ball game. Castro stops at second. And the Ducks lead it by 4. So some more timely hits for Long Island. 4 straight singles, 3 to right, 1 to left for the Ducks off of Hale, with only 1 out, and that's going to bring up Ray Navarrete. So here's Navarrete. And the first pitch from Hale to Navarrete, swinging a weak tapper foul up the third baseline. The count 0-1. Aggressive send there by Baez with Hall running. Hall is not the speediest of base runners at this point in his career, but he trusts that Hall was going to be able to beat the throw from Yasser Gomez, and Gomez threw it about halfway up the line at third base, and the catcher, Greco, had to go out and get it. No chance for them to get the play at the plate. So 1 strike here on Navarrete, 1 out. Castro the runner at second, Bailey the runner at first, neither being held on. And the 0-1 to Navarrete, low went outside. And it evens up the count at 1-1. Navarrete today popped to first in his first trip to the plate back in the second, then drew a walk in the fourth. It has certainly been a while since Ray Navarrete has gone deep. Last time he went deep was back in May. May 17th to be specific. That was when the Ducks were on a road trip in Southern Maryland. Navarrete hit a 3-run home run in that game, and he has not gone deep since then. So over 2 months for Navarrete without a long ball, and one here would blow this game wide open. 1-1 from Hale. Navarrete swings and pops this one up in a shallow right field. Drennan moving in. He will make the catch. Runners will stay put at first and second. So that breaks up the string of 4 straight hits for the Ducks, and 2 away here in the 5th. That'll bring up the center fielder, Craig Binnick.
Number 24.
Hale's pitch count going up here in this 5th inning. He's now up to 83 pitches, 54 for strikes. And Ducks are knocking the ball around the ballpark. They've now got 5 runs on 10 hits here in this game. Riversharks still have just 1 run, courtesy of the RBI fielder's choice. Off the bat of Drennan, back in inning number 2. First pitch to Binnick, he will take, and that's a strike on the outside corner, 0-1. Binnick 0 for 2 in this game. He struck out swinging in the second and lined out to center in the 4th. Castro leads at second, Bailey at first. Each have RBI singles here in the 5th inning. And the 0-1, swung and grounded up the third baseline, foul. Nice one-handed grab by Kevin Baez, coaching over at third. And the count is 0-2. So Hale 1 strike away from finally getting out of this 5th inning, which has seen 4 hits and 2 runs for the Ducks, and has allowed Long Island to add a couple of insurance runs and extend their lead to 4. Hale looks in for the sign from Greco. Still looking in. Now he gets the pitch he likes. And the 0-2 on the way to Binnick. Swung on and grounded left side. The third baseman Cesar Fields will go the short way to second for the force. And that will put an end to the 5th inning. But the Ducks send 7 men to the plate. They get 2 runs on 4 hits. No errors and 2 men left on base. And we have played a total of 5 innings here at Bethpage Ballpark today. It's 5-1 Ducks on the radio home for Long Island Ducks Baseball, 103.9 RCN. Can I have one more here? Fans follow all season long as the Long Island Ducks try to meet the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If they hit 100 home runs this season, Chappie's Funeral Homes will donate $5,000 to the Quacker Jack Foundation. Chappie's Funeral Homes, where caring for others is our family tradition. Ducks did not homer in last night's game, first time in 4 games that they did not homer. The Ducks enter today 83 home runs on the season. This is their 86th game, so they are well on their way to meeting the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. Ducks haven't needed the long ball today. They got 2 in the first, 1 in the third, and 2 in the fifth. The Riversharks, their only run coming in the second inning, and the Ducks have a 5-1 lead over Camden. Nick DeBar back on the mound for his 6th inning of work, and he will face the top 3 in the Riversharks order: Yasser Gomez, Wilson Valdez, and Dionis Cesar. Michael Pollock here with you at Bethpage Ballpark, bringing you all the action here on the Ducks official radio home, 1039 RCN, and online at the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball, WRCN.com as well. So here is Gomez to lead off. He has grounded out twice here in today's game. He bats from the left side, and the first pitch up coming from Nick DeBar. And the pitch is taken right down the middle for strike 1. Gomez grounded to third back in the first inning, and then grounded to short in inning number 3. 0-1 on the way, and that misses outside, even up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Riversharks haven't hit too many baseballs hard here today, and they've drawn a pair of walks and have had 1 hit batter so far in the game. 1-1 from the right-hander, swinging a high fly ball down the left field line, twisting foul and into the seats. And the count goes to 1-2. Infield plays straight away here with Gomez at the plate. The second baseman Barfield now slightly creeps towards second. Shades him up the middle a little bit. And the 1-2 from DeBar. Outside. That'll even up the count at 2-2. Very nice crowd on hand here for this Sunday evening matchup between the Liberty Division foes, the Ducks and the Riversharks. These two teams will face each other 3 more times here, Monday through Wednesday, down at Campbell's Field. 2-2, swinging a tapper past the mound towards second. Charging in is Barfield. He fields, he throws in time for the out. Nice play by the Ducks second baseman. And there's 1 away here in the 6th inning. So that's 3 groundouts now for Gomez. 1 to third, 1 to short, 1 to second. And with the 1 away and the bases empty, up will step the shortstop, Wilson Valdez. So here is Valdez, the shortstop, batting from the right side. He is 0 for 2 so far today. Top 3 in the Riversharks order are combined 0 for 7 thus far. And the first pitch on the way. Yeah, it's a fastball in for a strike. 0-1 on Valdez, who flied to right back in the first inning and struck out swinging in the third. DeBar hasn't needed the strikeout much today. He's been pitching more to contact, and he's been successful. He has struck out just 2 so far in the ballgame. This pitch hit high in the air to center. Drifting over to left center now is Craig Binnick. And the Ducks center fielder makes the catch to retire Yasser Gomez, or Wilson Valdez, excuse me. Gomez grounded his second for the first out of the inning. And there's 2 away with the bases empty here in the 6th.
Third baseman, number 27, Dionis Cesar, number 27.
So that'll bring up the third baseman, Dionis Cesar. Cesar will bat from the left side. Nick DeBar is set. And the first pitch, breaking ball, drops in for a called strike. And the count 0-1. Cesar 0 for 2. He has flied to left and grounded to second in his 2 trips to the plate here in this game. Lefty swinger, 0-1. Swung on and tapped foul at the first baseline. Good fastball from DeBar, and it's 0-2. Right-hander has thrown 86 pitches to this point, 54 of them for strikes. Nelson plays well off the bag at third with the lefty swinger. Ducks lead 5-1 here in the top of the 6th inning. DeBar trying to work another 1-2-3 inning. And the 0-2 on the way. DeVar deals, and this is swung on and lifted in the air to center. Binnick barely has to move, and he will make the catch, and another perfect inning for the right-hander Nick DeVar as he retires Camden in order here in the 6th inning. No runs, no hits, nobody left. We take this game to the bottom of the 6th. Ducks with a 5-1 lead on the radio home for Ducks baseball, 103.9 RCN.
The Long Duck Summer Baseball Clinic for the month of August is coming up on Friday and Saturday, August 16th and 17th.
Bottom of the 6th inning here at Bethpage Ballpark. 5-1 Ducks lead it over the Camden Riversharks. This past Friday and Saturday, Ducks hosted the first session of this year's youth camps and clinics. Open to children ages 7 to 14 of all abilities. There's still one more clinic session that will take place Friday, August 16th and Saturday, August 17th here at Bethpage Ballpark, and limited opportunities are still available to sign up, so make sure you do so today. Each camp day runs from 9 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. Campers should arrive no later than 8:45 a.m. each day. Again, ages 7 to 14 of all abilities. And campers receive 2 days of instruction, lunch each day of the camp, an equipment bag, and a Ducks baseball clinic jersey. And at the conclusion of day 2, there will be a game played by campers on the field here at Bethpage Ballpark. Just bring your glove and a bat and be ready to play rain or shine. To sign up for the youth clinics, you can visit liducks.com and download one of the kids clinic registration forms. You can also register by phone by calling 631-940-3825 extension 102. If you do download and print out a registration form, fill it out. You can mail it to the Ducks here at 3 Courthouse Drive in Central Islip, New York 11722, or fax it to the Ducks at 631-940-3800. To the bottom of the 6th inning, Ducks will have 9-1-2 in their order. It'll be Lyons, Brodeen, and Barfield against the righty Jake Hale, who begins his 6th inning of work. Ducks lead by 4, and the first pitch to Lyons is a breaking ball in for a strike, and the count 0-1. A nice evening for baseball here at Bethpage Ballpark, and the Ducks have been treating their fans to another nice offensive performance here tonight. 5 runs, 10 hits. And the 0-1 is low and outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. And Nick DeVar certainly looks like he has been improved after spending some time in the bullpen. 2 terrific starts in a row for the right-hander. 1-1, swinging a humpback liner to second. Jimenez fields and throws to first for the out. So Lyons retired. He's now 1 for 3. He has singled and grounded back to the mound as well here tonight. So 1 out here in the 6th, and that's going to send us back to the top of the order for Joe Ash Brodeen. Brodeen, the Ducks left fielder, switch hitter batting from the left side. Comes up for the 4th time here today. We'll see if he can make his way on. Ducks have had at least 1 base runner in every inning but the second. They were retired 1, 2, 3 in the second inning. Every other inning they have had at least 1 man on, and they have scored in 3 of those 5 innings here today. First pitch to Brodeen. He takes a fastball strike down the middle, and the count is 0-1. Brodeen is single to left and a run scored in the first. Drew a walk in the 3rd. Flied to right in the 4th. And this pitch misses down low. And it'll even up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. A 1-1 count here on Brodeen. Hale's pitch. Brodeen swings and lines one into left field, a base hit. Another multi-hit game for Joe Ash Brodeen as he reaches first base. So Brodeen with his second hit of the game, both of them going to left field. And he is now 2 for 3 here today. Brodeen now with a total of 37 multi-hit games this season. So Brodeen is at first with one man out. And that'll bring up Josh Barfield looking to reach base for the first time here today. Throw over to first to chase Brodeen back to the bag. He got back just ahead of the tag of Delwyn Young. Barfield awaiting at the plate. Hale's pitch. Barfield takes a big curveball that drops in for a strike. And the count 0-1. Brodeen had the 11th hit of the game for the Ducks. Been incredible how many hits the Ducks have been getting here today. Ducks have 2 doubles in the game, one by Nelson, one by Hall. The rest of the hits singles. And here is the 0-1 from the right-hander. Breaking ball missed low and outside. It'll even up the count at 1-1. Barfield fly to center in the first, hit into a 4-6-3 double play in the third, and was robbed by Johnny Drennan in right field his last time up. A sinking liner that Drennan made a terrific catch on. Here comes a 1-1 pitch. And Barfield grounds one to first. Young Fields thought about going to second, but he's going to take the sure route at first. So Barfield is retired for the 4th time here today. And going down to second is Brodeen. The Ducks get another runner in a scoring position with 2 men out. And that'll bring up Brian Nelson.
Brian Nelson, number 21.
Well, some of the other Ducks have had great days here today. Castro has 2 hits and 3 runs batted in. But Brian Nelson leading the Ducks in hits today. He is 3 for 3 at the plate with 2 singles and a double, and he has scored all 3 times he has been on base. So Nelson comes up to bat here with a runner at second and 2 out, a chance to drive home his first run of the day. And the first pitch on the way from Hale. And Nelson will take down low for ball 1. Nelson a single to right, a stolen base and a run in the first, a double and a run in the third, a single and a run in the 5th. A 1-0 pitch on the way from the right-hander. Kicks and fires, and the breaking ball missed outside. It's 2-0. Nelson has had success against Hale this season. In fact, the first time Hale faced the Ducks was back on June 19th. Check out the second time. He started in game 1 of a doubleheader in Camden. Nelson hit a 2-run home run against him in the 4th inning of that game. And so here today, he is now 3 for 3, trying to go 4 for 4. Time called here with the count of 2 balls and no strikes. Surprising that Hale's staying in this game here as we play in the bottom of the 6th. Riversharks trying not to have to use most of their bullpen. Here a called strike. Good breaking ball, and the count goes to 2-1 here on Nelson. Ducks with a 4-run lead. Nelson yesterday was 0 for 3. Did draw a pair of walks, though, at home plate. Brodeen with excellent speed at second. He's been on base 3 times here today. 2-1. That fastball missed outside. 3-1 on Nelson. If he reaches, then Bill Hall would be up next. Hall has 2 hits today. Looks from top to bottom doing a lot of the damage, but it's really been Nelson, Hall, and Castro who have done the most of it. The heart of the Ducks order. Nelson takes a curveball. It drops over the outside corner for a strike. And the count now full at 3-2. So Hale 1 strike away, 1 out away from getting out of any further trouble here in the 6th. Ducks trying to add to their lead. And here comes the 3-2. Pitch on the way. Nelson will take or swing and pop it foul over the screen behind home plate. Straight upstairs. And it looks like that ball will stay up top. So So the count full with 3-2, and we'll do it once again here in this at-bat between Hale and Nelson. Brodeen takes his lead. Payoff pitch upcoming in this at-bat. Three-two once again from Hale. He kicks, he fires, and Nelson swings and lines one in right center, a base hit. Around third is Brodeen. He will come home to score. Fourth hit of the day for Bryant Nelson. He is 4 for 4, and the Ducks lead 6-1 in the 6th inning. Bryant Nelson is locked in at home plate on this Sunday afternoon. 3 singles, a double, and he picks up RBI number 44 on the year. 12th hit of the game for Long Island, and they now have a 6-1 lead. And another 2-out hit for the Ducks. Just getting timely hit after timely hit here in this game, and really sticking it to Jake Hale here in the final game of this 4-game series. So up to the plate steps Bill Hall. Time is called.
One more time. I'm walking with you guys. Yeah. Hey, let's do it two.
First pitch, Hall takes. It's low and outside for ball 1. Bill Hall 2 for 3 on the day. A double, a run batted in, a single, and a run scored. He's also struck out. So for Brian Nelson, he becomes we're going to have a conference here at home plate. I'm not sure what happened here, but Ron Karkovice has just come out of the dugout, and he's going to argue here with home plate umpire Matt Beaver. I don't know what this argument is about here, but Karkovice not happy with something about Beaver. Hall was awaiting at the plate, and all of a sudden Karkovice comes out of the dugout here and is going to argue with Matt Beaver. The Ducks with a 6-1 lead, and I'm sure Karkovice getting increasingly frustrated here in this game, obviously with his team's performance, but he was upset about an umpiring call earlier in the game on a caught stealing at third, in which they said that Brodeen was safe. So Beaver and Karkovice still arguing here. Long discussion here, but no ejection of yet. Karkovice has a few more words. Now we'll head back to the third base dugout. Fans are getting restless here. But the argument now over. And now Hall will step back in. So Hall steps back in. Hale ready, and is 1-0. Swung on and popped in the air, foul. First base side and back into the seats. And the count now even at 1-1. So Brian Nelson, with his 4-hit performance here today, he becomes the third different Duck with a 4-hit game, unless he gets any more. Barfield has 3 4-hit games, Perales has 2, and Brodeen has 1. Ben Broussard had a 5-hit game earlier this year. And a 1-1. Swinging a high fly ball in the air to right field. Well hit. Going back is Drennan. Warning track, and in front of the wall in right, he is going to make the catch for the final out of the inning. So Hall gave it a ride out to right field, just not deep enough, and he's denied his 3rd hit of the game. But the Ducks get another run on 2 hits. No errors, 1 left on base. And we have played 6 full at Bethpage Ballpark here this evening. It is now 6-1 Ducks on the radio home for Long Island Ducks baseball, 103.9 RCN. Back at Bethpage Ballpark, we take this game to inning number 7 with the Ducks having a 6-1 lead over the Camden Riversharks. Final game of this 4-game set, final game of a 7-game homestand for the Ducks. And Ducks fans, do you want frequent updates on team transactions, scores, store specials, and the status of upcoming games? Well, then follow the Long Island Ducks on Twitter at twitter.com/LIDucks. With Twitter, the faithful flock will also be able to follow their Ducks and find out more information regarding nightly promotions, player signings, league activities, and so much more. The Ducks are tweeting right now, and you can follow along at twitter.com/LIDucks.
Congratulations from New York Life and the Long Island Ducks. Make sure you stop by Tuesday.
Well, if you've been following along on Twitter, you know that the Ducks have a 6-1 lead over Camden. They have gotten 2 runs in the first inning, 1 in the third, 2 in the fifth, 1 in the sixth. Riversharks only run in the second inning, and Nick DeBar has limited the Riversharks to just 2 walks and a hit batter in this game. Camden's got a plethora of fielders' choices as well. DeBar has been stellar through the first 6 innings here tonight, and as he goes to the 7th, he's got a pitch count right now of 87 with 55 of them for strikes. Second straight strong start for the right-hander, and he will come on a pitch here in the 7th inning with a 5-run lead. Sure, Kevin Baez would love for DeBar to go all 9. If anything, go at least 7 here before turning it over to the bullpen. Thankfully, Willis went 8 innings yesterday. Jared Lansford probably down here today after 2 long outings out of the bullpen over the last 2 days. But the rest of the relievers should be available for Kevin Baez here today. Valentino Pascucci to lead off. First pitch, he takes a breaking ball strike, and the count 0-1. So far, Pascucci has been hit by a pitch and popped to third. In his 2 trips to the plate, he has scored the only run of the game back in the second inning for the Riversharks. Here comes an 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball misses low and outside, and that'll even up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. The Heart of Long Island chorus starting to line up here on the lower concourse behind home plate, getting ready to sing God Bless America at the 7th inning stretch. DeBar with a 1-1 count. His pitch to Pascucci is inside, almost hit Pascucci again, but he was just able to turn out of the way of it. Count now 2-1 on the righty swinging DH, who victimized the Ducks in the first 2 games of this series, combining to hit 3 home runs off of Ducks pitching, but yesterday was limited to just a walk in 4 trips to the plate. 2-1, swing and a foul tip at home plate. I think that caught the mask of Ramon Castro. And that evens up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Most of the crowd still here at Bethpage Ballpark on this Sunday evening. Kids are going to get the chance to run the bases after today's game as part of the Sunday Family Fun Day activities. Always an exciting moment here at Bethpage Ballpark. Hoping to do so after a Ducks win. The Ducks with a 6-1 lead here in the top of the 7th inning. DeBar gets this sign. And here comes the 2-2 pitch. Deals, and Pascucci swings and fouls it back to the screen behind home plate to stay alive. Get you some updates on the out-of-town scoreboard here in this inning. See what else is going on around the Atlantic League. 1-game final that was in Southern Maryland today, where the Revolution defeat the Blue Crabs 5-4. The winner was Junior Navoa, improved to 5-2. Eduardo Moreland took the loss. He fell to 0-2, and Stephen Penny earned his 5th save. 2-2, breaking ball low and outside, and that runs the count full. Wilson Batista hit his 4th homer of the year for York. Jake Opitz his 2nd for Southern Maryland. We're in the bottom of the 8th inning now in Bridgewater, New Jersey. Lancaster Barnstormers have a 2-0 lead over the Somerset Patriots. 3-2 to Valentino Pascucci. DeBar deals, and Pascucci swings and taps it foul again. Right by the Rivershark on deck circle, and he's finding a way to stay alive here against DeBar. Rich Rundle started for the Barnstormers. Jason Richardson now pitching for Lancaster. David Harden started for the Patriots, and it's now Roy Merritt in the game. Only RBI for Lancaster coming off the bat of Jerry Owens. So it'll be another 3-2 here from DeBar, 8th pitch of this at bat. And he deals, swung on and hit high in the air to left center field and deep. Going back is Brodeen, warning track at the wall, and you can forget it. Valentino Pascucci hits his 7th home run of the year, his 4th of the series, and that breaks up the no-hitter for Nick DeBar. Camden has gotten their 2nd run of the game. It is now 6-2, and the fans cheering for Nick DeBar here tonight. Well, Nick DeBar takes a no-hitter into the 7th inning. He had a perfect game through 6 innings earlier this year in Sugar Land, Texas, before he was lifted from the game because of a pitch count early on in the game. It was his first start of the season. Kevin Vise could not let him go too deep into the game. And here tonight, he takes a no-hitter into the 7th inning, but first batter of the inning, and on the 8th pitch, Pascucci hits the home run. First pitch here misses a little bit high for ball 1 to Delwyn Young. Young is 0 for 1. He has walked and fly to right. And a 1-0 is low. And it's now 2 balls and no strikes. So DeBar has to find a way to move past the first hit of the game, for the Riversharks and find a way to get at least 3 more outs here and take this game to the 8th inning before Baez turns it over to the bullpen. And this one misses again, and it's 3 balls and no strikes. So DeBar allows the home run and now falls behind Young 3-0. So Young 1 pitch away from getting on base here, and DeBar's flirting with some trouble in this inning. Now he delivers a strike. And it's 3-1. Three balls, 1 strike, nobody out. And DeBar's pitch to Young, low for ball 4, and DeBar has walked Young. 3rd walk of the game allowed by the Ducks right-hander. And so Young reaches with nobody out here. Ducks still lead by 4. That's going to bring Steve Foucault out of the dugout. He wants to chat things over with his right-hander, try and calm him down here. DeBar to this point has gotten up to 100 pitches, 61 for strikes. Kevin Baez does have action going in his bullpen down the right field line, and I'm sure if DeBar gets into any more trouble, Baez will turn it over to the pen.
And fans, on a hot evening like today, you can chill out with a cold cup of Hampton Coffee.
So Foucault on the mound. He's got his left on the shoulder of Ramon Castro, his right arm on the shoulder of Nick DeBar. Trying to settle down the right-hander here to try and find a way to get through this 7th inning. Took a no-hitter into the inning, but Valentino Pascucci with the solo home run to left, breaking up the no-hit bid, and Rod Henderson still stands as the only Duck to have thrown a no-hitter, doing that back in 2001. Ducks had 1 no-hitter thrown against them this year. It was Lenny DiNardo back in May at Clipper Magazine Stadium in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. So now D'Angelo Jimenez the batter with a runner at first and nobody out. And the first pitch to Jimenez way outside from DeBar. And the count 1-0. Jimenez hit into a fielder's choice in the 2nd, and then drew a walk in the 5th. DeBar will look for the ground ball double play here. Nelson plays in at 3rd. Navarrete holds on the runner at 1st. And the 1-0. Upstairs, and DeBar again has fallen behind. It's 2-0 here on Jimenez. Again, the Ducks bullpen got a lot of rest yesterday with Jared Lansford being the only pitcher to throw. Baez would like to stay away from the bullpen until the 8th if he can, but DeBar, a homer, a walk, and now behind 2-0 on Jimenez. And it's 2-0. That missed outside. Close pitch there, and it's now 3-0 on Jimenez. And if he walks Jimenez here, I can't imagine that DeBar will stay in this game. So a 3-0 count here on the Riversharks second baseman. Young leads at first with nobody out. And the 3-0 pitch is outside for ball 4. So he got ahead early in the count against Pascucci but Pascucci won the battle, hit the home run on the 8th pitch of the at-bat. Walked Young on 5 pitches, walked Jimenez on 4, and that's going to spell the end for DeBar here. Just fatigued here on this Sunday night. So he's going to get taken out of the game. A terrific start by DeBar. And now it'll be up to the Ducks bullpen to hold this 6-2 lead for the right-hander. So Baez will take the baseball. DeBar is going to head to the dugout, and he's going to get a nice ovation from the crowd here at Bethpage Ballpark. Another strong outing for Nick DeBar, his second strong one in a row. He runs out of gas a little bit here in the 7th. Camden threatening. They've got 2 on with nobody out. The Ducks lead 6-2 on the radio home for Ducks Baseball, 103.9 RCN. Back here at Bethpage Ballpark, it is a 6-2 lead for the Ducks here in the 7th inning. Duck starter Nick DeBar taking a no-hitter into the 7th inning, but he gives up a leadoff home run in the inning to Valentino Pascucci to break up the no-hit bid, and then walks Delwin Young and D'Angelo Jimenez, throwing 8 of the 9 pitches to those two out of the strike zone. And that spells the end of the night for Nick DeBar. And the Riversharks threatening here. They've got 2 on, nobody out. And the left-hander Eric Threets comes out of the bullpen for the Ducks. First man up for Long Island here tonight. And a terrific start by Nick DeBar this evening. He got a well-deserved ovation from the crowd as he left the field. But he could not finish his outing strong, and now it'll be up to the Ducks bullpen to record the final 9 outs here of this game and give the Ducks the series win over the Riversharks. We're also going to get a pinch hitter here for Johnny Drennan, as Burt Reynolds is going to come on to face Threets. Drennan was a righty hitter, so Ron Korkovice playing the matchups here. Baez brought in the lefty to face the lefty, and now the lefty is going to face the righty with Burt Reynolds pinch hitting for Johnny Drennan. Drennan had gone 0 for 2 in his 2 at-bats, but did drive home a run. First pitch from Threets misses the zone, and the count 1-0. Reynolds at .239 on the year. He's got 2 homers, 6 runs batted in. Be a 1-0 upcoming from the left-hander. Deals, and this popped in the air. Foul territory, first base side. Long run for Navarrete and Barfield in foul territory. Navarrete on the warning track. He can't make the catch. And at one hops into the seats. Not sure if Brodeen, if he was at first, would have had a chance to catch that one as well. Obviously, it was in the field of play, but Navarrete has long had trouble with some pop-ups, and that one was a little bit out of his reach. Could not come up with it. So it lands in foul territory, and the count is 1-1. So Reynolds pinch hitting for Drennan here. Jimenez has now walked twice in the game. He's at first, and Young at second. The 1-1 from Threets. Swung on and fisted in a shallow center field, going out as the shortstop lines. The second baseman, Barfield, and it's dropped by both. And Barfield will throw to third, and he's going to get the force at third. So the Ducks are fortunate anyway to get one there. But Barfield and Lyons with miscommunication out behind second base. And nearly results in disaster. It'll go down as a 4-5 fielder's choice. And now runners at first and second with one away for the catcher, Michael Greco. So it's very rare that you see Dan Lyons and Josh Barfield, or really any of the Ducks, having communication issues out in the field. But it certainly was the case there. Unfortunately, with a shallow pop-up, the runners had to hold up before it was dropped. Greco swings and misses. He chases one down low from Threets in the count, 0-1. So Delwyn Young is put out at third base, 4-5. Jimenez is able to advance to second, and on at first is Reynolds. I'll get you the numbers on Threets momentarily. 0-1 pitch upcoming. Threets looks back to second, deals, and Greco will swing and fist one foul territory first base side, and that is going to land on the grass in foul territory, and the count quickly 0-2. Threets on the season has a record of 0-0, 6.35 ERA in 7 games. 9 runs, only 4 earned, though, on 6 hits in 5 2/3 innings. He has walked 5 and struck out 4. Threets coming off Tommy John surgery, just like another lefty out of the bullpen for the Ducks, Daniel Herrera, who was signed this week. A count of 0-2 on Greco, who has grounded to second and hit into a force out in his 2 trips to the plate, or reach on a fielder's choice, excuse me. The 0-2 pitch, swung on and lined into right center field, a base hit over the leaping try of Barfield. Around third and into scores D'Angelo Jimenez. It's an RBI single from Michael Greco, and the Ducks lead is down to 3. It is 6-3 here in the 7th inning. So 2 runs in the inning for Camden. Almost a nice leaping catch there for Barfield. But Greco picks up his first hit and first RBI as a Rivershark.
Billy Rice, number 9.
Jimenez scores from second. And going to second is Reynolds. And now the tying run's going to come to the plate here in Billy Rice. Entering this inning, seemed like it was a much larger lead than 5, with the way Nick DeBar had been pitching and the fact that the Ducks were up 6-1. They had just scored a run in the 6th after scoring 2 in the 5th. But just like this, the Riversharks have had 5 batters come to the plate. 2 runs are already in, and DeBar is out of the game. First pitch from Threets is a fastball outside corner for a strike to Billy Rice. Count is 0-1. Rice has struck out and hit into a force out in his 2 trips to the plate. Runner at second is Reynolds. The runner at first, Greco. Threets looking for the ground ball. 0-1. Swinging a ground ball here to the right side. Charging in is Navarrete. Fields will take the shore out at first. That's the only play he had. So Threets gets a second out of the inning, but the runners move in a scoring position as Reynolds goes to third and Greco goes to second.
Left fielder, number 3, Yasser Gomez. Number 3.
So Rice grounds out. 2 away. But 2 runners in scoring position here, and a single from Yasser Gomez could make this a 1-run ball game. So big batter here with Gomez at the plate. Wilson Valdez on deck. Gomez is 0 for 3 with 3 groundouts in the game. First pitch coming from the left-hander, and it is taken inside for ball 1. The run scoring by D'Angelo Jimenez, charged to Nick DeBar. So that ends his final line at 3 runs, all of them earned in 6 innings. 1 hit, 4 walks, 2 strikeouts, 1 hit batter through 104 pitches, 61 for strikes. The 1-0. There's a fastball strike on the outside corner, and it's 1-1. Threets trying to get through the 7th with the 3-run lead still intact. Ducks on top 6-3. They're still out hitting the Riversharks 12-2 in this game. And a 1-1 pitch on the way. Left-hander kicks and fires, and Gomez will swing and line one into left center field. Moving over is Brodeen. He will make the catch, and the side is retired in the 7th inning. So Threets is able to pitch out of any further trouble. Riversharks, though, scored 2 runs in the inning on 2 hits. No errors and 2 men left on base. Time to stretch at Bethpage Ballpark. Ducks have a 6-3 lead. We'll keep things right here, though, momentarily, as God Bless America about to be performed by the Heart of Long Island Chorus here on the lower concourse behind home plate. of Long Island Chorus with God Bless America here on this Sunday evening. Ducks with a 6-3 lead. We'll be right back with the bottom of the 7th after this on the radio home for Ducks Baseball, 103.9 RCN.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, now pitching for the Camden Riversharks, number 32, Andrew Johnston, number 32.
Ducks trying to close out a series win here at Bethpage Ballpark. They are 6 defensive outs away from doing that, but the Ducks have a 6-3 lead now thanks to the 2-run top half of the 7th inning for the Riversharks. But another quality start from Nick DeBar here today. And now the Riversharks have gone to their bullpen. They call on right-hander Andrew Johnston to replace Jake Hale. And Johnston is going to face 5, 6, and 7 in the Ducks order. Castro, Bailey, and Navarrete here in the bottom half of inning number 7. A beautiful Sunday evening for baseball. Fans have been treated to another terrific offensive performance from the Ducks in this game. Ducks have left 7 men on base, though, through the first 6 innings. And Ducks will try and get a couple of those runs back that Camden just scored here in the bottom of inning number 7. Here's Ramon Castro to lead off. He has had a great day at the plate. And the first pitch from Johnson is swung and ripped on the ground to third. Nice backhanded diving stop by Cesar. The long throw, and it is in time to retire a slow-running Castro up the first baseline. So another nice play by Dionis Cesar, and there's one away. Before the ground out, Castro was 2 for 3 with 2 singles and 3 RBIs in the game. So with 1 out and the bases empty, that'll bring up the right fielder Adam Bailey, 6-hitter for the Ducks, who hits from the left side. He is 1 for 3. First pitch up coming from Johnston. Right-hander deals, and Bailey will take a fastball low, and it's 1-0. Johnston on the year has a record of 3-1, 5.19 ERA in 19 games out of the bullpen. 26 innings, he's given up 39 hits. And a 1-0, low for ball 2. 22 runs, 15 of them earned for Johnston. 7 walks to 14 strikeouts. So a count of 2-0 here on Adam Bailey, who had an RBI single through the left side his last time up. That was back in the 5th. The 2-0, Bailey takes it again. It's down low. So Johnston behind 3 balls and no strikes, and in danger of putting a runner on with 1 out here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Ducks out hitting the Riversharks 12-2 in this game. And a 3-0 taken all the way, and that's low for ball 4. So a 4-pitch walk to Adam Bailey, and it's another Municipal Credit Union walk with a purpose. Every time the Ducks batter walks, the Quackerjack Foundation wins. So Bailey goes to first, second time he has reached base here tonight. And the Ducks have a runner at first with 1 away, and that'll bring up the first baseman, Ray Navarrete. So Navarrete will come to the plate batting from the right side. Bailey takes his lead at first. And Johnston's first pitch on the way here to Navarrete. Right-hander deals, and Navarrete will swing and pop it up foul. First base side out of play in the count 0-1. Navarrete today is 0 for 2. He popped to first in the second inning, fly to right in the fifth, sandwiched around a walk in the fourth. So it'll be an 0-1 pitch from the right-hander. Bailey being held on by Delwyn Young. And here comes the 0-1 pitch. Swinging a ground ball, just foul along the third base line. Kevin Baez pointed fair, hoping that would stay fair, but it just went to the left of the third base bag, and the count is quickly 0-2.
Hey, Leo, you got your ID. Let me see. Let me see your ID.
So it'll be an 0-2 upcoming. Navarrete, wearing the high black socks, digs in at the plate. Johnston looks in for the sign. And here comes an 0-2. Johnson deals, and this is swung and slashed foul to the first base dugout. Sent a couple of the Ducks scattering at the end of the dugout. Not sure if it hit anybody or if it caught the fencing. But either way, the count is still 0-2. One other Atlantic League game going on we didn't get to before. No score between the Bluefish and the Skeeters. They're in the bottom of the second inning down in Sugar Land, Texas. Trevor Reckling starting for Bridgeport, and David Pauly the starter for the Skeeters. Here comes an 0-2 pitch. Johnston kicks and fires, and Navarrete swings and misses for strike three. Ball got away from the catcher, and that's going to allow the runner to advance to second base. Navarrete couldn't advance to first because first base was already occupied. So it is a strikeout of Navarrete, and going down to second on the wild pitch is Adam Bailey.
Center fielder number 24, Craig Binnick, number 24.
First strikeout for Johnson and the third for Camden pitching. Hale today 6 innings, 12 hits, 6 runs, all of them earned. Walked 2 and struck out 2. He threw 105 pitches, 69 of them for strikes. And he is in line to pick up the loss today unless the Riversharks can rally for him. Up to the plate steps Craig Binnick. Hale would drop to 1-1 if he suffers the loss, and the first pitch here is low to Binnick for ball 1. Binnick is 0 for 3 in this game. He has struck out, swinging, fly to center, and hit into a force out. He and Barfield, the only two that have yet to reach base in this game. 1-0, swinging a foul ball, first base side out of play, and that'll even up the count at 1-1. Every Duck has a hit except for Navarrete, Binnick, and Barfield. Nelson leading the way with 4 hits. And either next inning or in the... Well, it has to be next inning if the Ducks don't take... The Riversharks don't tie the game. As this pitch is tapped foul. Count is 1-2. Brian Nelson might have one more chance to try and get 5 hits in this game. If Binnick is retired, then Nelson would be due up 4th next inning. The Ducks go in order in the 8th and don't need a bottom of the 9th, then Nelson won't have a chance for that 5-hit game. We'll see what happens first with Binnick. Count of 1-2, 2 out, and at second base is Adam Bailey. Ducks will try and get him home to give them a 4-run lead. Here's a 1-2 pitch. Swing and a grounder back to the mound. Johnston on a couple hops fields and underhand tosses it to first, and that is going to retire the side here in the 7th inning. No runs, no hits, a walk, and 1 man left on base. We have played 7 full here at Bethpage Ballpark tonight, and it is the Riversharks trailing the Ducks 6-3 here on the radio home for Ducks Baseball 103.9 RCN. One more, please. Yeah, one more. Well, fans, despite the cooler temperatures here at Bethpage Ballpark and the less humidity, it is still a warm night out, so time to chill out with a cold cup of Hampton Coffee Company. Gourmet iced coffee available right now at our concession stands. Hampton Coffee is the preferred coffee of the Long Island Ducks. Visit HamptonCoffeeCompany.com or visit their cafes in the Hamptons. We go to the 8th here at Bethpage Ballpark. Ducks still leading at 6-3. Ducks still leading at 6-3 over the Camden Riversharks, and it will be TJ Hose who comes in to pitch in the 8th inning, and TJ Hose will take over for the left-hander Eric Threets. And Threets pitched in the 7th inning, having to relieve Nick DeBar, and he pitched well in relief. Did give up the RBI single to Michael Greco, though that run was charged to Nick DeBar. So Threets ends up going 1 inning, 1 hit, no runs, no walks, no strikeouts. And here in the 8th inning, it'll be 2, 3, and 4 for the Riversharks. Valdez, Cesar, and Pascucci against the right-hander TJ Hose. So Hose will try and take this game to the 9th inning with the Ducks still on top by 3. And the first pitch on the way to Valdez is low and outside for ball 1. Valdez 0 for 3 today. He has flied to right, struck out swinging, and fly to center in his 3 at-bats. Nelson plays close to the line at third with the righty hitter at the plate. And a 1-0 upcoming. Valdez takes. That's on the outside corner for a strike. It's 1-1. On the year, Hose is 1-2, 3.77 ERA in 27 games. He has 1 save, 28 hits in 28 2/3 innings, 15 runs, 12 of them earned, 13 walks to 22 strikeouts. 1-1. Slider swung on and missed, chased way low and outside. And that runs the count to 1-2. Hose last pitch here on Thursday night. And he was roughed up for 3 runs on 2 hits and a walk in a third of an inning, trying to have a better outing here tonight. And here comes the 1-2 from the right-hander. Low and outside. That'll run the count to 2-2. He had pitched an inning in 2/3 the night before and pitched well, gave up a hit, struck out 3, but that was it. And now has gotten a couple days off, Friday and Saturday, and back in action here on Sunday, looking to pitch a scoreless 8th. I would think Snell would then come on for the 9th. But Jared Lancer likely out of action today after pitching 2 long relief appearances the last 2 days. 2-2. Low and outside, Hose missed. Valdez wouldn't chase, and the count has gone full. One of the biggest problems for the Ducks so far in this game has been the walks. 4 from Nick DeBar, and that has helped out in allowing some runs to score. 4 walks. They've also hit a batter. And just 3 runs on 2 hits for the Riversharks. Ducks have double as many runs, but they've got 12 hits in the game. 3-2. Slider, chopped foul. And Valdez just catches a piece to stay alive. That's been part of the problem, too, with some of these Ducks relievers. They've gotten ahead in counts or gotten to 2 strikes, haven't been able to put hitters away, and that's led to some of the longer innings for the relievers of late. You can tell the Ducks bullpen has been stinging a little bit with the loss of Eric Neeson and Leo Rosales. Here's the 3-2. Up high for ball 4. Now the leadoff man is on a walk. 5th walk of the game allowed by Ducks pitching. So Valdez reaches first. And now you've got Dionis Cesar to the plate with Valentino Pascucci waiting behind him. The last thing you want to do is put 2 men on here to start the inning and have Pascucci come to the plate, who hit a long solo home run his last time up. That's a big batter right here for TJ Hose. Cesar steps in. He's 0 for 3 in this game. And the right-hander's first pitch on the way. Cesar takes, and this just misses the outside corner for ball 1. Kevin Byes didn't know where that pitch was. He asked Matt Beaver where it was, and Beaver says it was outside by approximately a half foot. Count 1-0. Valdez leads. And Hose's pitch, runner goes. Pitch is taken for a ball. The throw to second is not in time. In with the stolen base is Valdez. So the count now 2-0 on Cesar and a stolen base for the Riversharks shortstop. For Valdez, that is his 18th stolen base of the year. He is 18 of 19 in that department. And now Castro's going to go out and have a quick chat with TJ Hose, the right-hander, who is struggling a bit here to start the inning. Again, the Ducks having trouble throwing strikes. Nick DeBar was stellar through the first 6 innings. Ran into trouble again in the 7th with a homer and 2 walks. Eric Threets came on, gave up an RBI single, but got out of trouble. And now here, Hose has allowed a walk, a stolen base, and now behind 2-0 on Cesar. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. Swung on and tapped weakly up the first base line. That's going to kick foul. And the count goes to 2-1. Cesar fly to left in the first, grounded to second in the 4th, and fly to center in inning number 6. Ducks clinging to a 3-run lead. Riversharks are starting to make things interesting here. Ducks led at one point 6-1. But Camden once again giving the Ducks fits and coming back in this game. So Hose looks in for the sign, gets the pitch he likes. And a 2-1 offering. Swung on and popped in the air to left field towards the line. Long run for Joe Ashbrodeen. Still going over along the line. He slides. He can't make the catch. It hits off the top of the rail of the Smokin' Owls party deck and goes into the maintenance area. Been a tough play anyway for Brodeen, but cannot make the catch, and that evens up the count at 2-2 here on Cesar. So Brodeen will head back out into left field, trying to adjust his pants on his left leg. Seems like he is okay. Good effort that time. And now here comes a 2-2 from TJ Hose. Right-hander deals, and the pitch is way outside, and it's 3-2. And he's 1 pitch away from walking back-to-back hitters to start the 8th inning and bringing up the big power bat of Valentino Pascucci, who would represent the tying run. 3-2 pitch on the way from Hose. Cesar waits at the plate, and the pitch is swung on and grounded to the right side. Josh Barfield in the hole, can't get it. It's in a right field. Around third and in to score is Valdez. It's an RBI single. And the Riversharks now have cut it to 1. It is 6-4.
Designated hitter, number 29.
Ball took a nasty bounce, too, over the glove of Barfield. It's the 3rd hit of the game for the Riversharks. And an RBI for Cesar, his 20th of the year. A walk and a single, and now the tying run coming to the plate here. Ducks had led by 5, and now Valentino Pascucci comes to the plate here. And with 1 swing of the bat, we've got a 6-6 game. First pitch is in for a called strike. On the count, 0-1. It is so important to get ahead of hitters. And the Ducks pitching staff over the last couple innings has been falling behind consistently. It'll be a 0-1 count here on Pascucci. Cesar leads. And the 0-1. Breaking ball, a weak swing. Going around was Pascucci, and the count quickly 0-2. So Hose has now gotten ahead of Pascucci. Now you got to make sure you don't leave one out over the plate here. Nelson plays along the line at third, playing an O-doubles defense here. And Navarrete holding on the runner at first. So here comes an 0-2 from TJ Hose. Right-hander ready. Here's the pitch. And that just misses the outside corner. That looked like a pretty good pitch from here. But Matt Beaver does not give Hose the call, and it's now 1-2. So Hose is going to have to dig deeper after not getting the strike call. 1-2 the count. Cesar still leads at first here in a 6-4 game. Turns and throws over, does Hose, and Cesar is back safely. On the season, Cesar has 5 stolen bases. He has been caught 2 times. Riversharks have 74 steals as a team. Ducks have 34. A 1-2 count. Hose ready, and the pitch. That is low. And the count now even at 2-2. This is just the third batter of the inning, and Hose is already at 17 pitches and is still yet to record an out. He would love nothing more than a ground ball double play here. At this point, just trying to get 1 out in this inning. He's already given up a run, and it's now a 2-run game. 2-ball, 2-strike pitch. Way outside. And it's now full at 3-2. Now the Ducks without Eric Neeson and without Leo Rosales, struggling to have that same dominance as they've had at the back end of the bullpen. Jared Lansford, who is normally the 8th inning guy, has had to be used the last 2 games. He is likely out of commission today. No Rosales, no Neeson. You do have the lefty Daniel Herrera, who threw a scoreless inning the other night. But TJ Hose, who's been good all year, struggling here in the 8th. And the 3-2, swung on and fouled over the screen behind home plate, and will do it once again. Hose having trouble putting away hitters. He's gotten to 2 strikes on each of the first 3 hitters now. And the first 2 have reached, and Pascucci trying to find his way on here in the 8th. Three-2 upcoming from Hose. Runner leads at first. And here's the payoff. Swung on and line into center field, a base hit. So Pascucci singles, and now the Riversharks have the tying runs on with nobody out here in the 8th inning. And TJ Hose throwing a ton of pitches early in this outing. He has allowed all 3 hitters he has faced to reach base. And that's going to bring Kevin Baez out of the dugout, and that's probably going to spell the end here for the right-hander TJ Hose. Question is now, who do you go to? It looks like a righty is going to come in out of the bullpen, probably Ian Snell, but we'll have to wait and see. We'll take a break and come back here at Bethpage Ballpark. 6-4 game with the Ducks on top, but the tying runs on for the Riversharks. We'll be right back here on the radio home for Ducks Baseball, 103.9 RCN. Yeah, it dropped out real quick. Yeah, one more. Well, a new pitcher for the Ducks is right-hander Josh Lansford. He takes over for TJ Hose, who cannot get the job done in the 8th inning. He comes in with a 3-run lead. He allows a walk to Wilson Valdez, who would then steal second and score on an RBI single to right by Dione Cesar, and then gave up a single to center by Valentino Pascucci. So 3 hitters, 2 hits, a walk, and that is all for TJ Hose. The tying runs at first and second with nobody out here. And Josh Lansford comes on. He's going to try and find a way to get out of trouble here in this 8th inning. Again, the Ducks bullpen a little bit thin right now. Threets has already been used. Hose has already been used. And Leo Rosales out of action right now. He's on the inactive list with a calf injury. And Jared Lancer likely out of action as well after 2 long relief appearances. So Kevin Byes wanting to save Ian Snell for the 9th inning, should the Ducks get there with the lead. But right now that is in jeopardy here as Delwyn Young is going to come to the plate with 2 on and nobody out in a 6-4 game. Young has walked twice and flied to right. First pitch upcoming from Josh Lansford. Pitch on the way. Young squares the bunt. He bunts it back towards the mound. Lansford off the mound. Fields thought about third. Now he throws to first, and it's just in time to get the out. Very, very close play there at first, and Lansford almost made a bad decision to think about going to third. But the sac bunt is successful. It goes 1-3, and now the Riversharks have the tying runs in scoring position with 1 away, and that'll bring up D'Angelo Jimenez. So the sac bunt successful. Pascucci goes to second, and on to third goes Cesar. So here's D'Angelo Jimenez, who has walked twice, scored a run, and reached on a fielder's choice. This is Lansford's first outing since July the 14th, when he gave up 2 runs on 4 hits in 2/3 of an inning up in Bridgeport. First pitch from the right-hander to Jimenez, and he takes a fastball that just misses the outside corner for ball 1. Another close pitch, and again the Ducks pitcher does not get the call from Matt Bieber. Lansford on the season is 1-1, a 5.09 ERA in 20 games. 29 hits in 23 innings, 15 runs, 13 earned, 4 walks to 17 strikeouts, and the 1-0 again misses outside. And it's now 2-0. First base is open, so a walk would load the bases. It does put the go-ahead run on base. Burt Reynolds waiting on deck. It would set up the double play, though. Here's the 2-0 from Josh Lansford. Here's the pitch. Swing and a tapper foul at home plate. And the count 2-1. Before his last outing, Lansford had a couple good appearances out of the bullpen. July 3rd here against Somerset, he threw 2 1/3 scoreless. And July 1st in Somerset, an inning and 2/3 scoreless. So it'll be a 2-1 upcoming. Cesar leads at third, Pascucci at second. Lansford's pitch. That is low. And it's now 3 balls and a strike on Dione Cesar. Again, the Riversharks have 4 hits in the game, but they've got 4 runs. Ducks have 3 times as many hits, but only 2 more runs. And it'll be a 3-ball, 1-strike pitch upcoming from Lansford to Jimenez. A lefty swinger with a wide open stance at home plate. Here's the 3-1. That is in for a strike. And the count goes full. Hose ended up throwing 20 pitches, just 10 of them for strikes. He went to a full count on every hitter. And Josh Lansford now with a full count here on Jimenez. Here comes a 3-2. Pitch on the way, and Jimenez will swing and miss for strike 3. Big strikeout there for Josh Lansford, his first of the game. Just the 3rd for Ducks pitching today. And that a big second out. And now Lansford will face Burt Reynolds here, the right fielder, who pinch hit in the 7th and reached on a fielder's choice. So Reynolds will come to the plate. Again, a single could tie the game. Pascucci does not have blazing speed, but he did steal the base here the other night. So he can run somewhat, and we'll see what happens here with Reynolds, who bats from the right side. Josh Lansford gets the sign. And the first pitch on the way. Fastball chopped foul up the third base line. And the count 0-1. Reynolds in the 7th came up with 2 on and nobody out. He had a little flare in the shallow center. Lyons and Barfield bumped into each other and the ball dropped, but fortunately the Ducks had plenty of time to get the runner out at third. As Barfield threw it to Nelson covering third. Here comes an 0-1 from Josh Lansford. Right-hander's pitch. Fastball is low, and it evens up the count at 1-1. Josh Lansford trying to send this game to the bottom of the 8th inning with the Ducks still on top. And again, likely Ian Snell would pitch the 9th inning for Long Island, with Jared Lansford out of commission today. 1-1. Inside and low. And the count now 2 balls and a strike on Reynolds. Cesar, the runner at third. He had an RBI single to right earlier in the inning. And Valentino Pascucci, who singled to center off of Hose, is the runner at second. Here comes the 2-1 from Josh Lansford. Pitch. That is low for ball 3. He fell behind 3-1 as well on Jimenez and came back to strike him out swinging. Michael Greco waits on deck for Camden. He had an RBI single his last time up. Here comes the 3-1 pitch. Right-hander deals, and this is swung on and tapped foul along the third base line. And now the count is full at 3-2. So the crowd will start to make some noise here at Bethpage Ballpark. Try and will Josh Lansford to one more strike and the final out here in the 8th inning. Runners lead at second and third. 6-4 Ducks here in the top of the 8th inning. And Lansford's 3-2 to Reynolds is swung on and grounded to short. Lyons backhands. Field throws to first in time for the out. And Josh Lansford, a terrific job out of the bullpen. He comes in with the tying runs at first and second and nobody out, and he pitches the Ducks out of trouble. So in the inning for Camden, a run on 2 hits, and the tying runs are left on base. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. The Ducks still on top, 6-4 here on the radio home for Ducks Baseball, 103.9 RCN. Can I have one more here? Scratch one, add 2 here. Big job by Josh Lansford in the top of the 8th inning. TJ Hose started the inning. He gave up a walk and 2 singles to make this a 2-run game. Tying runs at first and second. with nobody out. Josh Lansford summoned in by Kevin Baez. Lansford had been battling some back trouble of late, but he comes through as he gets Delwyn Young on a sacrifice bunt, gets the out at first, strikes out D'Angelo Jimenez, and gets Burt Reynolds to ground to short after falling behind both Reynolds and Jimenez 3-1 in the count. So the Ducks still have the 2-run lead and will have at least a 2-run lead going into the 9th inning. First, the Ducks will try and get some insurance against Jordan Ellis, the righty who comes in relief of Andrew Johnston to pitch the 8th inning. And it'll be 9-1-2 in the order for the Ducks. It'll be Lyons, Brodeen, and Barfield. Ducks will try and get at least one on base, so that way Bryant Nelson can come to the plate and try and get his 5th hit of the night. He is 4 for 4 thus far. So here is Dan Lyons to come to the plate. And Nick DeBar had a terrific start today and was stellar until the 7th inning when he gave up a couple of runs, including the home run by Pascucci that broke up the no-hit bid. First pitch is low and outside for ball 1 to Dan Lyons. Lyons today is 1 for 3 with a single, a ground out to the mound, and a ground out to second. Ellis is 1-0. Swung on and fouled off behind the plate, and it'll even up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Game over 3 hours old once again here between these two teams, and it's just become a creature of habit here. These two teams finding ways to play long games, lots of long innings and deep counts. Both sides trying to win every game, scratching and clawing, and right now the Ducks have won the 2 of the first 3 and trying to win the series here today. Here Lyons a swing and a miss on a slider, dropping down and away. And the count 1-2. On the year, Jordan Ellis has a record of 1-1 with a 4.11 ERA in 30 games, 36 hits in 30 2/3 innings, 15 runs, 14 of them earned. He's walked 11 and struck out 31. Here comes a 1 ball, 2 strike offering. Pitch on the way, and Lyons takes low and away. Evens up the count at 2-2. Many of the fans here leaving the seating bowl to go line up for Kids Run the Bases atop the concourse along the right field line. 2-2. And Lyons takes way low and outside. It gets past Greco. And that'll run the count full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Looking ahead to the 9th inning, Riversharks will have 8, 9, and 1 in their order. Michael Greco, Billy Rice, and Yasser Gomez. They do have Raul Padron, their backup catcher, and Juan Martinez available on the bench. So here comes a 3-2. Pitch on the way from Ellis, and Lyons takes up high for ball 4. So the Ducks get the leadoff man on here in the 8th inning. It's another Municipal Credit Union walk with a purpose. Every time a Ducks batter walks, the Quacker Jack Foundation wins. Lyons on for the 2nd time tonight. That'll bring up Joash Brodeen.
Number 22, Joash Brodeen, number 22.
Well, Brodeen has had another solid game here tonight, another multi-hit game. He's got 2 hits, a walk, and a fly out to right in his 4 trips to the plate. He has scored 2 runs as well and has stolen a base. So the Ducks do their job of getting 1 on, and as long as they avoid hitting the double play, Nelson will get 1 more chance here. The first pitch is taken up and away for ball 1. Ellis pitched here a couple nights ago in that wild 11-8 game. He came in the 7th inning, gave up 3 hits and 3 runs, including the 3-run home run by the man at the plate, Joash Brodeen, and that was just the start of a great night for him, as he ended up 2 at-bats later, ending up the game with a walk-off grand slam. 1-0. Way up and high. Scooted away from the catcher briefly, but able to keep it near him was Greco in the count 2-0 on Brodeen. Last night, Ron Karkovice asked John Velasquez to intentionally walk Brodeen with a runner at second and 2 out in the 9th inning, with his team ahead by 1, as he wanted to bring up Josh Barfield to set up a righty-righty matchup. He was okay putting the winning run on base, and it ended up coming back to bite him because Barfield had an RBI single as Brodeen takes a strike through the right side on the first pitch from Velasquez to tie the game at 3. And then after an intentional walk to Nelson, Brodeen scored on a wild pitch with Hall at the plate. Once again, Karkovice wanted to set up a righty-righty matchup, and the Ducks won the game 4-3. 2-1 count on Brodeen. Lyons leads at first with nobody out. And the pitch. Swinging a slash foul, third base side. caroms off the facing of the dugout, goes up into the crowd. Hopefully everybody is all right down the left field line. So the count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes on Brodeen. Josh Barfield will be next. He is still looking for his first trip to the base pass here tonight. He and Binick, the only two Ducks that haven't been on the bases. And the 2-2, swing and a miss for strike 3. So Brodeen strikes out. Lyons is able to advance to second, though, on a wild pitch. And there's one away here in the 8th inning.
Ducks second baseman, number 28, Josh Barfield, number 28.
So that is the 4th strikeout for Rivershark pitching here tonight. First for Ellis. And the Ducks get a runner into scoring position here with 1 out. And that's going to bring the catcher out to the mound and have a chat with Jordan Ellis about how they want to approach Josh Barfield. And runs at this point, important for the Ducks. We've seen the bullpen and the pitching staff as a whole falter over the last couple innings. Looked like Nick DeBar got a little fatigued. He lost a no-hitter, gave up a solo homer by Escucci, allowed 2 on before he was lifted. And Eric Threets allowed the RBI single to make it 3 runs total charged to DeBar on the day. Pickoff attempt at second, but no throw. And now stepping off was Jordan Ellis. Second baseman D'Angelo Jimenez crept in and was waiting for the throw from Ellis, which never came. So Lyons takes his lead, and first pitch upcoming here to Josh Barfield. Ellis's pitch, way low and outside for ball 1. Barfield on the day has gone 0 for 4. He has fly to center, hit into a 4-6-3 double play, fly to right, and grounded to first. Ellis gets the sign, the 1-0. Barfield lifts this one in the air to right field. Going back and over towards the line is the right fielder Reynolds. He drops the ball in right. Dropped the baseball. On his way to third is Lyons. He will get the stop sign there. And in at second base is Josh Barfield. So Ellis allows the ball hit to right field, and it's going to be an E9 on Burt Reynolds. A fly ball down the right field line, and Reynolds got to the baseball and had to go in and out of his glove. So Barfield is at second on the E9. And Lyons had to wait to make sure that it wasn't caught, so he can only advance to third. Brett Bonvecchio came out of the dugout to have a quick chat. Bonvecchio is the hitting coach for the Riversharks, but he wanted to have a quick chat with the right-hander Ellis, and the catcher Greco and the rest of the infield still out for the discussion as well. The conversation is now over, and Brian Nelson is going to come up to the plate here with a big chance to help the Ducks increase their 6-4 lead. So Barfield is at second. He's on base for the first time tonight, but he doesn't get credit for the hit because the right fielder Reynolds dropped the ball. Lyons is at third. And the first pitch to Nelson is taken low and inside for ball 1. Nelson, the early favorite for an Ecolog player of the game here today. He is 4 for 4 at the plate, 3 singles, a double, a run batted in, and 3 runs scored. Trying to become just the second Duck this season with 5 hits in a game. Ben Broussard was the other. Infield drawn in all the way around here to guard against another run. And the 1-0. Low, and it goes past the catcher and back to the backstop, and that is going to force home a run. Lyons scores. Barfield goes to third on the wild pitch. And it's a 7-4 Ducks lead. Well, the Ducks won yesterday's game on a walk-off wild pitch. That's the second wild pitch of the inning by Jordan Ellis. So it allows the run to score. And now a runner at third, one out, and a fly ball from Nelson would make it a 4-run game again at 8-4. (2-0) on the way to Nelson. He takes up high. And it is now 3 balls and no strikes. Barfield takes his lead. Steve Nelson swings away here at 3-0. And Ellis's pitch taken all the way, and it's low for ball 4. So Nelson denied his 5th hit of the night. Looked like Ellis wanted no part of Nelson there. It's another Municipal Credit Union walk with a purpose. Every time a Ducks batter walks, the Quackerjack Foundation wins. And now Greco's going to go out to the mound to have another chat with his pitcher, a 3rd time. Greco has gone out to the mound without the visit to the mound by the coach. So that'll bring up Bill Hall here with 1st and 3rd and 1 out.
Bill Hall, number 6.
So up to the plate steps Bill Hall, who has 2 hits and 4 at-bats here tonight. Another good game for Hall. Time called at home plate. And now the catcher Greco goes out to give the signals to his defense. So Hall will step back in. Getting the sign is the right-hander Ellis. And his first pitch to Hall, way low and outside. Ellis continually yanking pitches down low and away. And the count is a ball and no strikes. Hall had an RBI double to left in the 3rd and a single and a run scored to right in the 5th. A 1-0 count. Here's the pitch. Swinging a ground ball left side and through, a base hit for Bill Hall. In to score from 3rd is Josh Barfield. An RBI single for Bill Hall, his 3rd hit and 2nd run batted in of the game. And it is now 8-4 Ducks here in the bottom of the 8th inning. So some important insurance runs for the Ducks here in this 8th inning.
Number 37, Ramon Castro, number 37.
As they have gotten 2 to make this a 4-run game once again. Nelson stops at 2nd on the base hit. So 2 RBIs for Hall, up to 34 on the year. He has a 3-hit game. That run that Barfield scores is unearned as he reached on the error. The first run, though, that Lions scored was an earned run. And this pitch is taken for a ball and the count 1-0. On Castro, who has had a good day, he is 2 for 4 at the plate. He has driven in 3 runs, courtesy of a 2-run single to left in the 1st and an RBI single to right in the 5th. Be a 1-0 upcoming to Castro. And he swings and fouls one off behind the plate. It'll even up the count at 1-1. Castro from the right side. Jordan Ellis once again struggling here against the Ducks. He's given up 2 runs in the inning. And a 1-1. Low and outside, and again it scoots away from the catcher, and it'll be the 3rd wild pitch of the inning for Jordan Ellis. Ellis continually throwing that fastball down and away. And Greco has had trouble with it the entire time and has to continually throw that glove down and away and can't catch up to it. So it's another wild pitch, the 3rd of the inning. And now runners at 2nd and 3rd for the Ducks. Infield drawn in again. And the 2-1. Swung on and popped in the air down the right field line. Reynolds will give it a look, but this will be back into the seats. And that'll even up the count at 2-2. So we'll see if Ian Snell still comes on to pitch in the Top of the ninth, it's not a save situation anymore. I'm sure Kevin Byers doesn't want to take any more chances unless the Ducks can get some more runs. Maybe you see Daniel Herrera then. Here comes a 2-2. Ellis deals, and Castro will take low, and again it gets away from the catcher, and another run is going to score. Fourth wild pitch of the inning from Jordan Ellis, and it's 9-4 Ducks. Boy, Jordan Ellis is just having a tough time on the mound. Third run of the inning to score. Another ball down in the dirt. Count is now full. And it's now 3-2, and the shortstop Valdez comes in to try and pat Ellis on the back and calm him down a little bit. So 4 wild pitches in the inning for Jordan Ellis, and this made it a 5-run Ducks lead. And this pitch on the ground towards the middle, and it gets through for a base hit for Ramon Castro. Trotting home from third is going to be Bill Hall. Castro with 4 RBIs on the night, and it is now a 10-4 Ducks lead here in the 8th inning. Well, that is going to be all for Jordan Ellis. Ron Karkovice will come out of the dugout and take the ball from the right-hander. And Ellis struggling mightily here in this inning. Castro with 4 RBIs here in the game. He is now up to 24 on the season. We'll take a break and come back. Ducks have made it a 6-run game again. It's 10-4 Long Island on the radio home for Ducks Baseball, 103.9 RCN. Well, another long one between the Ducks and the Riversharks here tonight. And the Ducks now have themselves a 6-run lead back with 4 runs scoring here in the 8th inning. It is now 10-4 Long Island, as they have scored runs in this inning on a wild pitch by Jordan Ellis, who has thrown 4 wild pitches in this inning. A single to left, by Bill Hall. A single to center by Ramon Castro, and another wild pitch. So with Adam Bailey set to come up to the plate, a left-hander has come in to pitch for the Camden Riversharks. And the lefty out of the bullpen is going to be Ryan Kulik, number 24 for Camden, as he relieves Jordan Ellis. We'll get you the final line on Ellis momentarily. But all the work the Riversharks did with two runs in the 7th and 1 in the 8th to make this a 2-run game. Josh Lansford gets out of major trouble with runners at 2nd and 3rd and 1 out in the top of the inning. And the Ducks are making the Riversharks pay for leaving those 2 on base, as they have scored 4 here in this inning. And it is now a 10-4 Ducks lead. So 4 wild pitches in the inning. All scores on the base hit by Castro. Nelson scored on a wild pitch. Barfield scored on the base hit by Hall, and Lyons scored on a wild pitch. By the way, official scoring change. The ball hit to right field by Josh Barfield has been changed to a double. Tough play there for Reynolds. It was kind of a borderline call, and they rule it a double. So it's now 15 hits for the Ducks. All the runs earned against Jordan Ellis. And here is Ryan Kulik to face Bailey, the 7th hitter, to come to the plate here in this inning. First pitch, Bailey will take low from Kulik. The count 1-0. On the year, Kulik is 1-6, 7.24 ERA in 13 games, 11 starts, 67 hits in 51 innings, 48 runs, 41 of which are earned, 23 walks to 41 strikeouts. Mostly a starter, but has since moved to the bullpen. And the 1-0 on the way to Bailey. Swung on and line down the right field line. That is a fair ball, and it's going to go all the way into the corner. On his way to third is Castro. He will likely stop there, and stopping at second with the double is Adam Bailey. Almost any other runner, Bailey has an RBI there, but with Castro running, it's just a double. Now runners at second and third. And the offense continuing for the Ducks. Long Island with 16 hits now here in the game. And Bailey's now got 2 hits. 5 different Ducks with multi-hit games. Bailey and Brodeen each have 2. Hall and Castro each have 3. And Nelson has 4. And that'll bring up Navarrete with runners at second and third and still only 1 out. So Ellis ends up going a third of an inning here today. And he allows a total of 3 hits. And as of now, 4 runs. He's still responsible for Castro at third. Walked 2 batters. Struck out 1 and threw 4 wild pitches. First pitch on the way here to Ray Navarrete. Swung on and popped up foul. First base side out of play, and the count 0-1. I have no idea what the record is for wild pitches in an inning in the Atlantic League. Try and find out the most in an inning in Major League Baseball. Time is called here with Navarrete at the plate. MLB record for most wild pitch in an inning, 4. Done 3 times in NL history. Done twice in NL history, 3 times in AL history. As here, this is fouled off. And the count is 0-2 on Navarrete. Ray looking for his first hit of the night. He is 0 for 3 with a walk thus far in the game. Ducks are 1 shy of their season high for hits, 17. They've done that twice, most recently on July the 12th, at Bridgeport. And their 8-0 shutout win. Ducks leading at 10-4. And an 0-2 upcoming. Left-hander is ready. And the pitch on the way. Swung on and fouled back to the screen behind home plate. We'll do it once again at 0-2 on Navarrete. Now with a 6-run lead, not sure you bring in Ian Snell. Might give him an extra night off, get some rest, and see who the Ducks call out of the bullpen. Maybe the lefty Daniel Herrera comes in. Maybe Pete Butkovic gets some action. 0-2 the count. Kulik ready. The pitch. Swung on and grounded to third. Cesar looks the runner back to third and throws to first for the out. And after 5 straight had reached following the strikeout of Brodeen, the Riversharks finally get the second out of the inning. Navarrete now 0 for 4 with a walk.
Center fielder number 24, Craig Binnick, number 24.
And that will bring Craig Binnick up to the plate here, with runners at second and third and 2 away, and the Ducks still leading by 6. Castro, the runner at third, Bailey, the runner at second. First pitch on the way from the lefty Ryan Kulik. And Binnick will swing and ground 1 foul along the third base line, and the count 0-1. Kulik stands in at 5'11", 205 pounds, out of Marlton, New Jersey. Not far away from Camden at all. He is 27 years old. Last pitch before this year was Springfield in 2011. He's been to AAA, but never to the majors. 0-1 upcoming from Kulik to Binnick. Here's the pitch, and it is taken outside. Evens the count at 1-1. The Ducks are going to head to Camden as long as they can hang on to this lead with their 5th consecutive series win. And this one popped in the air foul, first base side. And the count goes to 1-2 on Pinnock. Ducks have 4 times as many hits as the Riversharks in this game, and they lead by 6 runs. Here in the bottom of the 8th inning, game has come to a grinding halt, and out time is called. Kulik taking a long time to make his pitch selection here, with 2 out and 2 on in the bottom of the 8th. And now the 1-2. Left-hander kicks and fires, and Pinnock will swing and tap it foul, third base side. And we'll do it once again. It almost gets the sense that the Ducks don't feel any lead is safe right now, and they want to keep pounding out some runs. It also seems like these two teams just want to keep playing each other, and fortunately for the two of them, they will play each other 3 more times this week in Camden. Tomorrow at 7:05, Tuesday at 7:05, and Wednesday at 11 a.m. Here's the 1-2 once again, and Pinnock swings and again grounds it foul at the third base line. Ducks center fielder continuing to battle here, trying to get on base and keep this inning alive. Ducks have batted around here in the 8th. Right now they have 4 runs on 4 hits, 2 walks, and they were aided by 4 wild pitches as well. Kulik gets the sign. And the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Foul tipped it into the glove of the catcher, Greco. And that is strike 3, and that is the final out of the inning. But the Ducks get 4 runs on the board on 4 hits, no errors, and 2 men left on base, and we will take this game to the 9th. Ducks on top 10-4 here on the radio home for Ducks Baseball, 103.9 RCN. We go to the 9th inning here at Bethpage Ballpark. Ducks have a 10-4 lead over the Camden Riversharks, 3 outs away from their 5th consecutive series win and their 3rd consecutive win overall. And it'll be left-hander Daniel Herrera to pitch here in the 9th, and he will try and record the final 3 outs. He'll face Michael Greco, Billy Rice, and Yasser Gomez, and he's got the 6-run advantage thanks to a big 4-run bottom of the 8th inning for the Ducks. So Ramon Castro heading out on the field now. He's going to chat quickly with Herrera. This is the first time that Castro will catch Herrera. Ralph Henriquez caught Herrera here in his Ducks debut 2 nights ago. Herrera made his debut on Friday night. He pitched a scoreless 8th inning out of the bullpen. He got Jimenez to ground to second, struck out Drennan, and got Rice to ground to first. So Herrera will try and pitch another scoreless inning here in the 9th and give the Ducks the victory here in a long contest here on this Sunday night. It's taken about 3.5 hours to play this game so far. And it's a 10-4 game, 20 hits combined between the two teams. But again, a lot of long counts, long at-bats, some delays, some arguments. But it's a 10-4 Ducks lead. And again, the Ducks and Riversharks will play each other 3 times Monday through Wednesday. Monday night at 7:05 p.m. at Campbell's Field. Tuesday at 7:05. And then Wednesday at 11 a.m. the pitching matchups for the series. Tomorrow it'll be right-handed pitcher John Brownell for the Ducks. He is 8-5 with a 3.94 ERA. He'll oppose righty Josh Walter for the Riversharks, who is 4-9 with a 6.14 ERA. That's Monday's matchup. And on Tuesday, Ducks will send out left-handed pitcher Bill Murphy. Murphy has pitched well twice in a row, and he's got a record of 1-10 with a 6.61 ERA. A.J. Batista will start for the Riversharks, and Batista on the year is 3-0 with a 2.22 ERA. The final game will be Scott Gorgon for the Riversharks. The right-hander is 0-2 with a 6.94 ERA. Bob Zimmerman for the Ducks, he is 1-2 with a 3.60 earned run average. Well, you can follow all the action on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball. Streaming audio coming to you live from Camden, New Jersey. First, the Ducks need 3 more outs here to close out this game. It'll be Michael Greco to lead off against the lefty Daniel Herrera. And the first pitch from Herrera, swung on and hit on the ground is short. Lions on one big hop, fields and throws to first for the out. 1 pitch, 1 out for Danny Herrera here in the 9th inning. So Greco is now 1 for 4. He had an RBI single his last time up back in the 7th. And that'll bring up the center fielder, Billy Rice.
Center fielder, number 9, Billy Rice, number 9.
Herrera pitched in 3 games with AAA Buffalo in the Mets organization last year before he suffered the elbow injury, had to have Tommy John surgery. 15 months out of baseball, but now he is back on a diamond here on Long Island. He has retired all 4 hitters he's faced thus far. First pitch to Rice is a fastball strike on the outside corner, 0-1. And Herrera, famous for his screwball. He throws about a 67-mile-an-hour screwball. We'll see if he throws it at all here in this inning. 0-1. That fastball missed inside. Well, leaving up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Rice tonight is 0 for 3. He has struck out, hit into a force out, and grounded to first. One. Herrera kicks and deals, and this is swung on and hit back towards the middle through the wickets of Herrera and into center for a base hit. And the first man to reach against Herrera in his Ducks career is Billy Rice. A hard single back up the middle.
Left fielder, number 3, Yasser Gomez, number 3.
5th hit of the game for the Riversharks, and back to the top of the order we go for Yasser Gomez. Gomez bats from the left side. He's 0 for 4. And the first pitch, low and outside for ball 1. Gomez has grounded to third, grounded to short, grounded to second, and fly to left in his 4 trips to the plate. The 1-0. And it's on the outside corner for a strike. It's even at 1-1. Lefty-lefty matchup with Herrera. Left-hander is set at the belt. Looks over to the runner at first. Pitch. Fastball just low. And now 2 balls and a strike on Gomez. Two-1. Swung on and grounded to second. Could be 2. Barfield takes the high hop. Goes to second for 1, and that's all the Ducks will get. Gomez runs too well up the first base line. So it'll be a 4-6 fielder's choice. Rice retired at second. 2 out. The Ducks 1 out away from the win. That'll bring up Wilson Valdez, the shortstop and 2-hitter.
Shortstop, number 2, Wilson Valdez, number 2.
Well, after the final out, don't go anywhere. The post-game show is coming up next. We'll recap this game. We'll hand out the Nico Lock Player of the Game Award. And then we'll take one final look at that out-of-town scoreboard. First pitch here, taken for a called strike by Valdez. And the count is 0-1. Valdez 0 for 3 with a walk in the game. He drew a walk and scored a run his last time up. That was back in the 8th inning. This pitch hit on the ground through the right side. A base hit for Valdez. And we'll keep this inning alive. As Valdez reaches first.
Third baseman, number 27, Dionis Cesar, number 27.
And now runners at first and second with 2 men out for Dionis Cesar. Cesar is 1 for 4 in the game. He had an RBI single to right his last time up. That was back in the 8th. Righty batter against the lefty pitcher. First pitch. That misses low. And the count 1-0. Ducks fans hoping for the final out of the game so the kids and kids at heart can run the bases. The 1-0 swung on and tapped foul up the third base side. That'll even up the count at 1-1. Home plate umpire Matt Beaver getting a fresh set of baseballs here from the bat boy. Game just about at 3 hours and 40 minutes. Runners take their leads. Here's the 1-1. Breaking ball, just missed high. Might have been the screwball that time there from Herrera. And the count is 2-1. Riversharks will not go down without a fight. 2 on, 2 outs here in the ninth. And the 2-1. Swinging a ground ball left side. Lions in the hole. Fields on the backhand. The long throw to first in time for the out. Great play by Dan Lyons. This ball game is over, and the Ducks have won it 10-4 over the Camden Riversharks, and they take 3 of 4 from Camden to win their 5th consecutive series here in the second half. So the Ducks improved to a season-high 8 games over 500. They are 12-4 here in the second half. They are 42-44 overall, and they extend their lead over the Camden Riversharks, who are in last place in the Liberty Division, to 6.5 games. Don't go anywhere. Post-game shows coming up next. We'll recap this one and hand out the Nico Lock Player of the Game Award after this on the radio home for Ducks Baseball 103.9 RCN.
The Long Island Ducks would like to thank once again tonight's game sponsor, Yellow Dog Lawn Care, for providing...
Well, we are back here at Bethpage Ballpark on this Sunday evening. Long Island Ducks win it by a count of 10-4 over the Camden Riversharks. They take 3 of 4 from Camden here this weekend, and it is now 5 consecutive series for the Ducks that they have won to kick things off here in the second half of the 2013 season. Ducks now 12-4 overall in the Liberty Division standings, and the Ducks have also extended their lead now to 5 games over the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. We'll tell you more about the out-of-town scoreboard momentarily. First, let's recap this game. A lot of offense for the Ducks, and it started early on in the game as they got 2 runs in the opening inning against Camden starter Jake Hale. Brodeen led off with a single into left field, went to second with 1 out on a single to right by Brian Nelson. So the Ducks at first and second with 1 out. Both runners would steal a base after Bill Hall struck out with Ramon Castro at the plate. So Ducks had runners at second and third with 2 out for Castro, and Castro grounded a 2-run single through the left side, and the Ducks had the early 2-0 advantage. The Riversharks would get on the board in the second as Valentino Pascucci was hit by a pitch, went to second on a walk by Delwyn Young, and back-to-back fielder's choices, including an RBI fielder's choice by Johnny Drennan, when Josh Barfield's throw at second base went over Ray Navarrette's head at first. And so that made it a 2-1 game. Ducks would get that run back, though, in the third inning, as with 2 outs in the inning, Brian Nelson and Bill Hall hit back-to-back doubles. The RBI double by Hall made it 3-1. Ducks would add a couple more insurance runs later in the game. They got 2 in the 5th inning. As with 1 out in the inning, Nelson singled to right, Hall singled to right. Then Ramon Castro and Adam Bailey followed with back-to-back RBI singles to make it a 5-1 game. Ducks would add another in the 6th inning. As with 1 out, Joash Brodeen singled to left, went to second on a ground out, And Brian Nelson then delivered an RBI single to center for his 4th hit of the game. And the Ducks had a commanding 6-1 lead going into the 7th. It was all about Nick DeBar to that point, as he had thrown 6 hitless innings, and he was taking the no-hitter into the 7th. But he got into a long at-bat with Valentino Pascucci, and Pascucci ended up lifting a solo homer out to left center field, his 7th of the year, broke up the no-hitter, and gave the Riversharks their 2nd run of the game. It was 6-2. They would end up getting another run as DeBar walked 2, had to come out of the game. Eric Threets came in, and 2 batters into his appearance. He gave up an RBI single to right by Michael Greco, but found his way out of further trouble. And so the Ducks had a 6-3 lead going into the 8th. TJ Hose came on. Hose gave up a walk to Valdez, a stolen base, and then Dionis Cesar hit an RBI single to right to make it a 6-4 game. Valentino Pascucci followed with a single to center to put runners at first and second. With nobody out, Hose was lifted for Josh Lansford, and Lansford got Delwyn Young to lay down a sacrifice bunt, struck out D'Angelo Jimenez, and got Burt Reynolds to ground to short to end the threat in the 8th and keep the Ducks in front 6-4. And the Ducks would end up making the Riversharks pay in the bottom of the 8th inning, as they would score 4 runs in the inning on 4 hits, a couple of walks, and 4 wild pitches by Jordan Ellis. And so the Ducks ended up taking a 10-4 lead into the 9th. Danny Herrera gave up 2 hits, but nothing further, and the Ducks won it by a count of 10-4. Final totals: 10 runs, 16 hits, no errors for the Ducks. They left 10. 4 runs, 6 hits, no errors for the Riversharks, who left 8. The winning pitcher is Nick DeBar, his 2nd win in as many starts. He improves to 2-6. Jake Hale, the loss, fell to 1-1. Game took 3 hours and 40 minutes here at Bethpage Ballpark, a long one, in front of an announced crowd of 5,671 here at the Duck Pond. Tonight's Nico Lock player of the game, so many guys to choose from. You can give it to Ramon Castro, who had 3 hits and 4 RBIs in the game. You can give it to Nick DeBar, who allowed just 1 hit in 6 innings, took a no-hitter into the 7th. You can give it to Josh Lansford, who threw a scoreless 8th inning when he came in with the tying runs in scoring position and 1 out, and he got out of trouble there. But we're going to give it tonight to Brian Nelson. He was 4 for 4 at the plate, was on base all 5 times. He scored 4 runs, drove home a run as well. He is tonight's Nico Lock player of the game. Nico Lock retaining walls and paving stones, a company synonymous with quality and service in the manufactured concrete industry for almost 50 years. We'll take one more break on the postgame show. When we come back, the out-of-town scoreboard, then we wrap things up here from Bethpage Ballpark tonight. Ducks win at 10-4 on the radio home for Ducks Baseball, 103.9 RCN. How much time? Back here at Bethpage Ballpark, Ducks win it by a count of 10-4 tonight to take the series from the Riversharks. They win 3 of 4 here, including 3 straight to win the series. And the Ducks closed the homestand with a terrific record. They finished the 7-game homestand 5-2 as they defeat the Riversharks 3 of 4 after defeating the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs 2 of 3. Take a final look at the out-of-town scoreboard. Blue Crabs lost today 5-4 at home to the York Revolution, so the Ducks now 5 games up on Southern Maryland in the Liberty Division standings. Union Navoa that got the win and improved to 5-2. The loser was Eduardo Moreland, who fell to 0-2. Stephen Penny, his 5th save of the year. Wilson Batista, 4th home run of the season for York. Jake Opitz, his 2nd of the year for the Blue Crabs. Another final in Somerset tonight where the Barnstormers win it 3-2 in 10 innings over the Patriots. Winning pitcher was Jason Urquidez, who improved to 3-1. John Hutton, the loss fell to 1-4. Brett Down turned his first save of the year. Jerry Owens hit his first home run of the season for Lancaster. Game going on right now down in Sugar Land, Texas. Bluefish and the Skeeters are tied at 1, top of the 6th inning. Trevor Reckling started for the Bluefish. Joe Bateman is now in. David Pauly started for the Skeeters. Clint Everts is now pitching. Jeff Dominguez and Austin Crum with the RBIs in the game. Mets won 5-0 earlier today over the Phillies. Matt Harvey with 7 shutout innings, struck out 10. He improved to 8-2. Cliff Lee, the loss, fell to 10-4. Home runs in the game. David Wright, his 15th. Marlon Byrd, his 17th. Juan Lagares, his 2nd of the season in the 5-0 win. And as for the Yankees, they're playing up in Boston right now. They're in the bottom of the 2nd inning, and the Yankees have a 3-0 lead over the Boston Red Sox thanks to a throwing error, an RBI single by Vernon Wells, and an RBI single by Robinson Cano. CeCe Sabathia, the starter for the Yankees. Ryan Dempster, the starter for the Red Sox. And as for the Open Championship out in Scotland, Phil Mickelson, the winner. He finished 3 under par to win by 3 strokes over Henrik Stenson. Tiger Woods ended up finishing tied for 6th, 2 over par. Again, the Ducks will hit the road. They will face the same Camden Riversharks for 3 more games, Monday through Wednesday. They'll play at 7:05 on Monday, 7:05 on Tuesday, and then 11 o'clock in the morning on Wednesday. And you can follow all 3 games here on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball. And tomorrow, the starters, John Brownell, the right-hander for the Ducks. He's 8-5 with a 3.94 ERA. For the Riversharks, Josh Walter, a righty. He is 4-9 with a 6.14 earned run average. That'll do it for us here at Bethpage Ballpark tonight. Big thank you goes out to my engineer back in our Ronkonkoma studios, Zach Johnston, pushing all the buttons. Once again, the final score, Ducks win it 10-4 over the Camden Riversharks. We invite you to join us for our next Ducks broadcast, which will be tomorrow night when the Ducks open up a 7-game road trip in Camden, New Jersey. Pre-game show begins at 6:50. First pitch at 7:05 on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball, and online at liducks.com as well. My name is Michael Pollock. Thanks so much for spending your Sunday night with me. Hope you enjoyed the broadcast and the Ducks win. Have a great rest of your weekend. We'll do it all over again on Monday night from Camden, New Jersey. Good night and so long from Central Islip, New York.
Don't forget that on Monday, July 29th, your Long Island Ducks return. Bethpage Ballpark.